what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another episode of The Wiley Show. We are Marquise L. Wiley, your host. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Quick announcement. We're going to do our official homegoing celebration for Mary Powell, my auntie, on next Saturday on the 24th. So we do ask you all to please come through. We will be raising an offering for myself to keep this going. We will be preaching her eulogy live on The Wiley Show. We're not going to the homegoing celebration that they have for her in Chicago due to the fact of the coonery and the buffoonery. We don't want to see that. So again, we will be doing our homegoing celebration for Mary Powell on April the 24th. So mark your calendars. My auntie did pass away in her 90s. So we will be doing our official homegoing celebration on April the 24th. And we ask that you all please be in attendance. It's going to be amazing, and we would love to, see you all there. We will be doing that live on the air. So I want you all to definitely be in the building because my auntie, Mary Powell, that's my grandmother, Dora Crusoe's sister. Many people in the church community know her as Mother Crusoe because she was in the church for years as the mother, but now she's at the nursing home. So when people forgot, I will remind you about the article that we put on waterthetroll.com. My auntie did die by the neglect of a nursing home, and they covered it up. And due to the fact that my family is under a coon coma, they don't want to fight for their rights. So I want to show you all right here. We will be preaching her eulogy live on The Wiley Show. This will be the first time where I will be preaching a eulogy. I never preached a eulogy in my life, so I am nervous, but I know God's going to do it. Amen. God's going to do exceedingly abundantly great things. So we're going to be preaching that eulogy. It's going to be amazing. We're going to do that. We're going to definitely make sure our auntie go away in a good way, have a good send-off. We definitely want to do that for her. But it was a tragedy at Aliyah of Glenwood. Neglect allegations surrounding the death of Mary Powell, the Wiley Show aunt. As you all can see, this is the homegoing celebration that they're going to have at Mount Calvary Missionary Baptist Church. Of course, we will not be there for the homegoing celebration. We will be doing it right here over on YouTube. But there was a tragic accident at Aliyah Glenwood, the neglect allegations surrounding the death of Marquise L. Wiley aunt. April 9, 2024, a deeply troubling incident has emerged of Aliyah of Glenwood where allegations of abuse and neglect has surfaced following the death of Mary Powell, the beloved aunt of Marquise L. Wiley, founder of the Wiley Show LLC. According to sources close to the family, Powell reportedly fell out of her bed multiple times while under the care of facility nursing staff. In a shocking turn of events, the nurses and certified nurse assistants allegedly failed to contact emergency services after each fall. Auntie had a fall, and the nurses didn't do anything about it. Right here, the severity of Powell's injuries coupled with the apparent lack of timely medical intervention has led to the mounting concerns about the standard of care at Aliyah of Glenwood. Tragically, on Friday, April 9th, 2024, Mary Powell succumbed to her injuries, raising serious questions about the facility practice and the potential consequences of neglect in the healthcare settings. So again, I'm asking you all to post in the chat, rest in peace, Mary Powell. This is my auntie, and we're hurt, we're grieving for her, but I can't take a break off because we got to make our money. Amen. So let me answer some of y'all comments. What up, Beer Taylor? Keep it going, Wiley. Yes, sir. Good morning, Chelsea with your glasses on. Good morning. We did sleep, chill out. We went to sleep, chill out. Put rest in peace, Mary Powell. We do miss our aunt. Very emotional. I miss her. I'm going to miss her voice of calling us to speak to my grandmother. I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss her smell of going to her apartment. I'm going to miss it. She was a lone resident of this building, and it was a retired fire police, a retired cop, and he had a property, and all of his tenants are like old tenants, like they've been there for years. And Mary Powell been a resident in that apartment on the South Shore area for years. Ever since I was a child, she'd been at that apartment for decades, and she went on to glory because she had a stroke and she lived a long life. Tragically, the end of her life, it ended tragically. And I'm going to continue to call out the mismanagement of Aaliyah of Glenwood, because they killed my aunt. I am emotional about it, and I am going to continue to scream her name and say her name, as I love my family. What up, Leo? Good morning. Rest in peace, Mary Powell. And it's sad because my family hate my guts. They hate my guts because I got out of the cult. I got out of that toxic cult, and I'm calling them out. And when you are a prophet and you're breaking a generational curse, you will not be welcome. Paul in the Bible was not welcome. They didn't receive his message because it was with truth. Even the devil said to describe Paul, when somebody tried to cast out the devil and they was a hypocrite, the devil responded to that hypocrite and said, Paul I know, Jesus I know, but who are you? Paul had power, and they wanted to kill Paul because before Paul became a preacher, he was persecuting and killing the saints of God until he met Jesus. He changed his whole life, but it was people still remembering Paul as a murderer. So they didn't receive him. When the scripture, they even had to talk about how they would hide Paul like in a basket. They had to sneak him out of different temples because they wanted to kill Paul. They wanted to retaliate. So when you come in and breaking up that spirit, calling out abuse of children, calling out calling out neglect and nursing home, you're not going to be welcome because the enemy have been killing folks in that nursing homes for the last 50 years. It's a secret that don't nobody want to talk about. And that is why I'm seeing this pure evil. And the devil is Sheila Crusoe. The devil is Tamara Barksdale. The devil is Jamie Powell. The devil is Bishop Melvin Cartwright. Those are evil devils. And they're doing what their father tells them to do, and that is lie, cheat, and steal. Anita Cartwright, another devil. What? Because Sister Anita Cartwright, she know the truth about Bishop Melvin Cartwright evil way. But because she's married to the devil and getting fucked by the devil, her mind has been manipulated to turn against her own nephew. In Acts 19 and 15, Jesus I know, and Paul I know, but who are you? That's in the book of Acts, the 19th chapter and the 15th verse. Thank you, just with your glasses on. So when we come together on this eulogy, I want you all to bring your ears, bring your purse. Don't you come broke, because we're going to raise an offering. I have to train you guys to give. I got to train you guys to give. And learning how to manage the 90%. If you spending Ubers and Uber Eats all the time, stop ordering Uber Eats. 90% of your money should not be going to Uber Eats. Say amen or say ouch. Learn how to cook at home. Get you some chicken drumsticks for $5 a pack. Put that in the air fryer. You save most of it so you can start giving more to the Wiley Show. The reason why you financially in hell is because you spend most of your income in Uber Eats, restaurant food. Cut back on that restaurant food by 80%. You will have more money to donate to the Wiley Show. Say amen or say ouch. If you want to be blessed, you will do it. Chelsea is blessed because she give to Wiley. That's why doors is going to continue to open up for Chelsea with her glasses on, because she is a giver. Once she paid me my tithing to me, I go take a piece of that tithing and I go and tithe my pastor, Apostle Kevin Cunningham, for the Transformation Church of Chicago. So I pay it forward. Not all the money that's going to be, some of it, and I give it to the preacher. And the rest I put up for a rainy day, or for a snowy day, or for a tornado day, or for a hurricane day. You get my drift. Jesus, I know. Paul, I know. Who are you? Come on. So let's move on for Auntie. Let's get messy. Now, we was over there at the B sector. And when we was over at the B sector, I had to call out a devil. 7 stars. She's on that platform, transform herself with a synthetic itchy wig. Cussing Wiley out, saying all that foul shit about Wiley, saying that I'm manic. When we put her on 2 Men and a Lady and paid her to do the episode. Paid her to do the episode. She was on 2 Men and a Lady. She was paid by free promotion so people subscribe to her channel. But due to her ineffectiveness of being a foolish woman, somebody give me that scripture, I believe in Proverbs. A foolish woman building her house. A wise woman plucking it down. If you go to Proverbs, the 14th chapter and the 1st verse, every wise woman builded her house. But the foolish woman plucketh it down with her own hands. With her hands. Come on, somebody. In that scripture, it is talking about a wise woman through her actions, decisions, and character that strengthens and nurtures her household. She contributes positively to the stability and unity and well-being of her family, much like a builder constructing a lasting home. But, somebody say but, the foolish woman plucking it down with her hands. In contrast to a wise woman, a foolish woman through poor decisions, somebody hashtag poor decisions, careless actions, somebody hashtag careless actions, or destructive behavior can bring harm to her household. That's Tasha K. That's 7 stars. Her actions can cause discord That's Tasha K. That's 7 stars. Instability, Tasha K. 7 stars. And ultimately, the downfall of her family, Tasha K. 7 stars. Just as if they were tearing down a house with her own hands. That's Sheila Crusoe, Marquise L. Wiley mother. Say amen or say ouch. Sheila Crusoe is a foolish woman. Sheila Barksdale, Sheila Crusoe, whatever name she want to go by, Marquise Wiley mother, Sheila Crusoe, is a foolish woman. Because she plucketh down her own house with her hands, destroying the shit when she get drunk. Say amen or say ouch. Seven stars is a foolish woman. 7 stars, instead of her investing in a prophet, Brother Wiley, a gifted preacher that know how to cast out devils, she decided to act ignorant, and I gave her ignorance. Overall, but the foolish woman plucking it down with her own hands, the verse emphasized the importance of wisdom, prudence, in maintaining and nurturing a household while warning against the destructive consequences of folly and imprudence. You got to have God on your side. If you do not put God first, you are a foolish woman. Putting God first will know I'm not going to mess with Brother Wiley. Tasha K. gifted 7 stars, a computer, a microphone, cameras to go against Armand Wiggins. That's that 7 star. 7 stars came on 2 Men and a Lady. She was on 2 Men and a Lady. Her and Storm Monroe. And the people that I brought on is causing me the most harm on the internet. Before there was a Love Jones, there was a Wiley, Storm, and 7. Before there was a Lemon, there was Wiley. Before there was a Ness in that lip, there was a Wiley. A message said, Wiley don't need nobody. He have real fans. I have real fans. There's a difference. We're not going to buy no views. Thank you, a message. And everybody that's out here listening to me, if you do not give to the Wiley Show, I speak to your shame. Don't call me when you're going through pure hell, you need counseling. I'm telling you, I don't have the time to counsel people that don't want to donate to Wiley. I'm not going to waste my energy with you. That's why you're not even a moderator. I'm letting moderators go that don't give to Wiley. Only moderator don't have to give me a check is Proud of Me because she said story. The rest of you moderators, if you're not tithing to the Wiley Show, you are removed as a moderator. If you do not send a minimum of $30 twice a month, you are removed as a moderator. I don't want you. So you got to a couple of days to send your 30, your first payment. You don't send it, you're removed as a moderator. I don't want no moderator coming in this chat, posting my Cash App, and you have not been the first partaker. The Spirit is telling me that right now. You'll be removed. I only want moderators that give to the Wiley Show, and I give back to them. That's why Chelsea and her glasses on, we have a bond. But the rest of you moderators, y'all are messy. And don't jump out the window. You will get a rebuke. Some of y'all can't give because y'all got boyfriends and they eat your pockets up. I got to let you go. This is your notice. If you're not giving your $30, you're gone. As a moderator, you'll be removed. Only one that is exempt from sending 30 is Proud of Me, because she sent me story to help build WileyTheTroll.com. So she already gave. Moderators must give. If you don't give, you got to go. I'll push you out. You got to today to send an offer. You don't send an offer today, you're gone. Until you pay your money, you get your wrench back. Let me remove y'all right now. Give me a second. I'm removing every moderator that didn't have to send no donation in the last 30 days. I'm going to remove you right now. Dover Queen got to go. She didn't send no donation. Mouth Open didn't send no donation lately. She got to go. Latavia can stay because she said she does other things. Prada can stay. Terry can stay. She's exempt. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. There we go. Terry, Latavia, Prada, Drea, Helen, and Chiswell Glassor. We're down to 5 moderators. Go to somebody else's channel and be broke. Now, Dan Wiley charging y'all for a ranch. What flavor is that? Celsius. It is sparkling orange. Wiley, don't do that. You have some good mods. No. If you don't donate, you're not a good mod. Shut up, say it ain't so. Stop talking. Oh my gosh. Messy Bitch can stay. All great choices. So I'm not playing. You got to give. Because some of you moderators that I have to remove, instead of me sparing you because you can't handle this lethal mouth, I'm going to remove you until you give. Some of y'all got boyfriends. You give your money to your boyfriend. They give it to Wiley. You definitely got to go. And if you jump out the window, I will drag you, make a whole sermon about how you giving your pussy to a no good man. I will have scriptures to back it up of why you foolish. Some of y'all are depressed right now because you're giving your pussy to no good trifling man. I said it. Okay, how'd you get so mad you can run into a semi-truck? You're giving your pussy, your coochie, to a no good man, and that's why you can't get a Wiley. And you're lashing out. And some of y'all are liars. It was one moderator lied. I'm gonna call you back, Wiley. I'm busy. You with your nigga that he's living up on you with you and your daughter. He's living up to with you and your daughter. You just got out of a marriage. You just got out of a marriage. And you bringing a no good man in your home. You just left the husband. Your husband just left you. And you bringing a Pookie and Ray Ray in your home. Nothing but financial death gonna come to your door. You just left a no good husband. You know why? Because you're a no good wife. A no good woman. Soon when you get done with your husband, you bring a no good man to come leech off of you. I speak to your shame and got your daughter witnessing that. You training your daughter to be a whore. Because she's learning from mama. Shut your stupid behind up, you foolish woman. And don't you jump off and say, are you talking about me? You better not say it. I will make you content. You ain't strong enough. You're uneducated. You are ignorant, foolish woman. because you don't be sitting down with the right folks. You give your pussy to Pookie and Ray Ray because you a desperate, pathetic woman, and then you come to the Wiley Show and act like you broke. Yeah, you broke because you spent it on that man. You'll be removed. I don't want to see you as but a moderator stick. Stay in the bushes. Don't you come back until you repent and leave that no good man and kick that man out your house. That's when you can come back and deal with Wiley. Go fuck that nigga. He gonna pump a baby in you and give you AIDS. And you gonna be in your deathbed because you stupid and you ain't using no condoms, dummy. You got you a whole gay man in your house. Of course he'll fuck you. A hole is a hole because you give him room and board, dummy. We can't get to the Wiley Show. I have PSD from the Wiley Show. Good. You need deliverance. I have an emoji. Good morning. Hey, Jussie. So we was dragging 7 stars. She up there with Lemon trying to give Lemon some pussy. Lemon don't want no woman. He want a man. Because ain't no two-fisted thoroughbred man gonna sit there and up all night and no woman in sight. He didn't say my girl just hit me up. I just ate some pussy last night. He's a down low homosexual. Said it. You too busy want people to argue, and then I want to know how this man look in person. I want to see him in the flesh. I met Leo in the flesh. She smelled like strawberries. Where's Leo comment so I can put our comment up here? I met that woman in the flesh. I met Leo the Lioness in the flesh. She met me in person. How? Bashata. On multiple occasions, Leo met Wiley in the flesh. In the flesh. She know my character because she met me in the flesh. In person. We was able to embrace in a hug. She knows me. That's my colleague. That's my colleague, friend, sister, queen, my backbone. Because black women is the backbone of a black man. This is live. And we thank Leo the Lioness. And we pray that God heal her completely in her body. We just woke up from sleep. You should have came on time. God is amazing. God is amazing. God is amazing. And she said, I love you, Wiley. Leo, I love you back. Mwah! Send you a virtual holy kiss. I love you back. Leo was in my hotel room. It was Leo, QB, Phi Babe, Rebel Son, Key with the T, and Leo the Lioness. They all in my hotel room. QB was eating my edibles. Phi Babe and QB, they was tearing my edibles up. And Leo the Lioness said, Wiley want us out his room. Leo said, you ain't got to tell me, Wiley. I can feel your energy. And she told the truth. Because I'm like, why all these colored folks in my hotel room? I'm trying to enjoy my last night in Vegas at the Palace Station. They all in my hotel room. Talking, eating my snacks, using up my towels. QB sweating like a dog. And Leo said, let's leave Wiley, because he want to have his alone time. That sister said it. Because we were gifted to go to the Palace Station, because the producers of the show rewarded us with a trip, an all-paid trip to Las Vegas. And we was all at, this was on YouTube, so this ain't nothing that I'm sharing a secret. We was all at the table eating. And the devil, Trajan Lane, James Caldwell, that devil was so upset at Club Chat. He started throwing out at me. Talk about Club Chat, look down on Wiley. No, they don't. Club Chat helped Wiley and still helping Wiley to this day. Club Chat love Wiley. Those are beautiful, strong, educated, wealthy women. And they black. It was one number in Club Chat. She got acorns, buying stocks, and I believe she had investments up to about $175,000. She bought so many shares of the vaccine stocks. I couldn't believe it. How do you know that, Wiley? Because the lady showed me her phone. We was going, it was impressing me to open up to buy stocks and stuff. I sold my stock, but it made, because God had me there for a moment, for a season. Wiley, you're gonna come into a lot of money, and I want you to remember that conversation that you had with Club Chat to make sure you grow your money, so you don't have to be in no nursing home, working no nursing home, and all of that. Leo the Lioness said, Wiley, read books, because they were saying that I'm a rapist and I rape grandmothers, and Leo always had Wiley back publicly, not just private, publicly. It said Wiley is not a rapist. Wiley is not violent. Wiley loved to read books. He reads. She said on YouTube, in Wiley room, when we was in Florida, he got books. He reads. She said this publicly. Because Five Baby and them, we were allowed to go live. They allowed us to go live. 5A was live, QB was live, I was live on my channel. We was able to go live. But I wasn't talking about beach sector stuff. I was talking about celebrity gossip stuff, and then Sean Bradley came on the air with us. So when people were putting out lies saying that we rapists, molest grandmother, that's all a lie for the pits of hell. And if anybody say in the chat, you are removed and blocked, and I never want to see you again. And nothing but death gonna come to you. And I'm talking about financial death, which gonna lead to your actual death, because you ain't gonna be able to feed yourself. And Leo the Lioness had our back. Club Chat had our back. There was another sexual allegation. Juan Key Pro, Sean Bradley said, Wiley, come on the show and answer to these allegations. It was another dude that said it. Juan Key Pro went on the air. It was a third party, said that I raped Juan Key Pro. And I debunked that nasty rumor. I said Juan Key Pro was not raped by Wiley, nor sexually assaulted. Wonky Pro, being messy, didn't want to tell the people that he's sloppy drunk and that Wiley kicked him out and sent him on his happy way in an Uber. He made it seem like I deleted numbers out of his phone. That's what he said. He switched people numbers in my phone. That don't make sense. You know, if that is true, you did it. That's your cell phone. You were drunk. What I remember, Wonky Pro, you throwing out at your boyfriend, cussing your mom out, because when people get drunk, they get belligerent. So if you're going to tell the story, tell the truth. Before you deleted the videos, Wonky Pro, you had liquor bottles all through there. You is a drunk. You love to drink. You said due to you being a Puerto Ricans, that's all we do, construction work and drink. And I started laughing. But Sean Bradley allowed me to respond to those allegations. I didn't run from it. I responded to it. And what are people at now? They don't have successful brands. The Wiley Show still here because the truth gonna always prevail over a lie. It may take years for that truth to come back, but the truth is still here because I've been saying the same thing over and over and over and over again. While every child doesn't believe what's being told, I don't believe anything about you since I wasn't there. Okay, then, well, shut up. We don't care what you believe. You don't donate. You got a picture of an ugly dog. And if you jump, I will block you. Terry, put that person in timeout, the one with the dog picture. Put them in timeout, please. Thank you. Put them in timeout. And then if they do something else, put them in timeout for 24 hours. Put them in timeout, Terry. That NEP person, put them in timeout. So they can get some sense. Because that ain't number 7 stars. Okay, let me put them in timeout. Oh, you already did it. Okay. I do not want to see that person comment no more. Oh, give me a second. Let me block them. Okay, I just blocked them on my end because they must have the moderators blocked. Don't worry, I blocked her. There you go. Say amen or say ouch. I roasted 7-2 in that chat. Yeah, 7 definitely needs to be roasted because she liked to lie. And you saw when we roasted her, how quiet she got towards the end. We shut her up. It was too much power. I don't want to argue with Wiley. Wiley is Manic. He Manic. And she was showing my mug shot, and we got her together. We ate her up. She couldn't do nothing but be silent. Baby, we ate her up. She couldn't do nothing but just shut up. She got quiet. Because that devil in her knew we're not more powerful than Wiley. The preacher is talking. She was distraught. I said she was on section 7 and 8. I love that. That was a good one, Terry. I did see that comment in there. And was upset at Wiley. I don't care if you get so mad you fall into a coma. Because we got the power to lay hands on you and you wake up.
Hello, you've reached Naya Newman. Please leave a message at the tone.
Naya Newman, you need to be calling to the Wiley Show. Where you at? Say amen, ouch. Say amen or ouch. Excuse me. Oh, hey, Don, you got time to talk? I'm live on the show. I want to make sure you got time. If you got 5 minutes. Okay, now give me a hold. Let me make sure so they can hear you on the air. Let me bring you on the air so they can hear you right now. So I did an article. I don't know if you got it or not, about the real estate. The rules are changing in real estate because CNN did a headline said there's new changes to the real estate game. So what I did was I wrote an article on there. Shout out to my Chat GPT writers. And the title of mine was New Real Estate Rules Could Shake Up. Give me a second. Home America's Buy and Sell Homes. So pretty much it's some new rules that's going to try to come through because the Association of Realtors took effect on Saturday. The way of real estate professionals to do business in the United States underwent a systematic shift. A new set of rules agreed upon the National Association of Realtors took effect as part of a $418 million settlement to resolve antitrust claims. These charges are posed to dramatically alter the process of buying and selling homes across the country. So what does that mean?
That's part of the legislation I was telling you guys that the NAR, the National Realtor Association, they were being sued because during the homeowner or the home buying process, for a long time, it was mandated in some areas that you pay the realtor anywhere between 3 to 6%. And so, it almost forced the homeowners to pay a commission that's almost 6 times more, 6 to 12 times more the world average. So just imagine you have a $100,000 house for sale, and a realtor tell you, you look for a realtor, and you do all the right things, go through the process the right way, find a realtor, and the realtor tells you, well, my fee is 3%, right? And so it was the way they said or stated it. It made it seem like the 3% was an automatic fee, when in reality it never was. It was always negotiable. And so just imagine all these years that a lot of people have been in real estate, they just assumed that it was 3 to 6%. But actually that fee was a negotiable fee. But since the brokers didn't train the agents and the listing agents on the actual due diligence in that wording, they kind of, I want to say, manipulated the meaning and almost made it seem like the homeowners were forced. Almost seemed like the homeowners were forced to pay this 3% up to 6% to a realtor, when in reality the whole time that fee was negotiable. Now they got sued, and so now basically going forward, what's going to happen is now the homeowner, like you, me, and everyone else, will be able to decide how much we want to pay a realtor to buy the house or to sell the house. I mean, so that it's predicated on us. So if you feel like you only have 1% that you could pay, you put it out there for 1%. And if a realtor take it, they take it. They get the 1%. If not, they get nothing. But just looking at it from a world standpoint, the average realtor fee around the world is a 0.5%. The United States of America is the only place in the world where there's 3%, and all these other, it's 6%. You go anywhere.
In the article here, I put it as this: historically, home buyers were not directly responsible to pay for paying their real estate broker commission. Instead, both the buyer agent and seller agent were paid by the home seller, which commission typically ranged from 5% to 6% of the home sale price. For instance, selling a $450,000 home could result in a $27,000 in commission fees, costing often baked into the home listing price, inflating it. Do you agree with that paragraph?
Yes, in a nutshell, yes. Because this just another block that they've created in this fake system that's going to hamper or put us at even a greater risk of not even getting a house and not even being able to own a property. Because now this is what you're going to see. So even though this legislation and everything passed and these guys are getting sued, the homeowners, and I'm just being real with you guys, this is a real possibility, and this is the possibility. So I'm not going to sugarcoat anything for you guys. What's going to happen is this. Homeowners are going to be like, yay, now we get to choose the commission and blah, 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 blah. And what's going to happen is the homeowners are going to realize real quick that they are not real estate professionals. And those houses are going to stay on the market even longer because you don't have all the things that a realtor has at their disposal to pitch and market their property to God knows who. As a person, you're probably, working a 9 to 5, or you're working on your own business. You're not going to have time to really market their property as if a realtor would. And so homeowners are going to find out real quick that I'm not a realtor. Now the realtors don't want to agree to that 1%. And it's going to be this tug of war. But while that tug of war is going on, those houses are going to stay on the market even longer and longer, decreasing in value. So there's going to have to be give and take, because this is the making of something equivalent to a Great Depression, if you guys are not following what I'm saying, because the price of everything is steady going up. And even though the economy is not what they say it is, believe it or not, the housing market is still going up when there's no data to prove that it's going up. I'm going to say that again. The housing market is going up when the majority of the data in all these neighborhoods where the housing market is going up, there's no data to prove that. So what's going on? That tug of war, that give and take. People are going to have to come together and really put egos and everything to the side and get things done, because they're depending on us not to. You get what I'm saying? It's almost a game within the game. So I'm telling you guys, that's what I'm forecasting, and I'm rarely wrong with these things.
So do you know think, what would that, for a position for myself, I want to get a home in 2025. What advice? Should I not own a home? Is it impossible, or with the commission fees? How would that go? Because I know the advice that this is Don Johnson on the air. Y'all know he came on the show multiple times, and I call him a real estate expert. And I said, hey, I want to get my own home. And he said, judging by your income and debt, it's best that you rent, because until you get $10,000 checking and saving, you shouldn't be looking at being a homeowner, because you still got to have expenses, you still got to fix stuff if something breaks down, etc. You don't want to be in a home and then get foreclosed within the first 2 years, because the process, people get into these homes, but a lot of them don't stay because they don't know how to balance the checkbook, or they're not bringing enough income in to pay that mortgage plus the fees of the maintenance of things in the home. So in this paragraph that I put on wildershow.com, I said, starting this week, those practices are changing. Seller agents can no longer advertise commission fees to buyer agents on multiple listings serving the MLS, the database realtors use to list homes. This change aims to end the practice or steering where agents might skip showing certain homes because the seller offered a below market commission. So what that means is it's a lot of shady agents, scammers that want to fatten their pockets. And I remember you told my mother, said, be careful what broker you deal with, because they may just tell you a bunch of bullshit. You paying all this money and they give you a bunch of bullshit.
Yep. And that's the thing. When I talk about real estate with you guys and your artists and everything, it's not to belittle no one. It's not to say that I know more than anyone, anything like that. What I try to do is provide you guys with clarity, because a lot of times throughout the smoke and mirrors, man, we're still left confused on the message that was presented when it comes to real estate and business as a whole, especially when dealing with our community. So my job, and a lot of times you guys might hear me say things and it might sound repetitive and things like that, because what I want to train you guys to do subconsciously is just muscle memory. If you hear it enough, you get what I mean? Like I always tell Wiley, trust me, I'll keep saying it, and one day it'll click with you. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm. And a lot of things that I've said to Wiley in these, past 7-8 years, they've clicked, and the light bulb is coming on. You know what I mean? So I just try to provide a spark. You know what I mean? Then, someone else he talks to might ignite that flame. But it's just, this thing has to be, with real estate, the cheating that's going on with these agents. Most of these agents are wholesalers. They're not trained real estate professionals. They're just hustlers who got a realtor's license so they can get access to the information, so they can fatten their pockets and make money in the niche that they chose to get into real estate. So it's just one of those things, like with everything, man, you just got to do your due diligence. And a lot of people just don't have the time to do the research, and you know what I'm saying, and all that they need to, and they just kind of depend on other people. And I just tell you, this is real estate. Don't take anyone's word for it. Like everything I tell you, take it with a grain of salt. All you have to do is go look it up. And if you can't find it, all you gotta do is email me. I'll send you links. But it's just, as a collective, man, we just got to provide each other clarity with so we can make the best decision for the collective. And that's where the misinformation comes in. Like Wiley say, A lot of these jokers are fakers and shakers, man. Just want to get in there. Want you to think as real estate as a get rich quick scheme, and you know what I mean. Invest a little money here, a little, and make this, egregious amount of money. No, it doesn't work like that. With everything, it's hard work. So, and doing research is hard work. Trust me, it's taxing on the brain, because once you know, you can't unknow. You know what I mean? And I think that's why a lot of us disassociate ourselves from a lot of things, because we don't want to know. Because when we do know, we can't unknow it. And those scars, some people can't come back from those scars or that trauma, so to speak. So, Wiley, we just got to keep trying, bro. So.
Absolutely, we got to keep trying. And I'm letting you all know this. In this on waterthetroll.com, you guys, moderators, make sure y'all post a link of that recent article I put up. Additionally, prospective home buyers must now sign a legally binding representation agreement with their agent before touring homes. These agreements inform buyers how their agent get paid and clarify that the commission is negotiable. If the seller refuses to pay the agent's commission, buyers might have to cover the costs themselves. What does that paragraph mean? Don?
Okay, so for example, say if you buy we're going to just use whole numbers. Say if you buy a house for $100,000 and you have this buyer's purchase agreement, and in that agreement, you're stating that you're going to pay the agent 1.5%, right? 1.5%. And say if the brokerage has a minimum 2%, somebody has to cover that 0.5%. So the 0.5% has to be covered by the seller, or I'm sorry, by the buyer. The person who's buying buying the property, they'll have to cover that 0.5% for the agent. If you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it puts the onus on the owner, on the buyer a little bit too. So, but that's a good thing, because what happens is it kind of prevents your property from being wholesale, a wholesaler getting your property under contract. You get what I'm saying? It kind of lessens the cheating and manipulation that goes along in real estate. So I'm not saying that's the best solution, but it's a solution to kind of combat the shit that they've let go on for eons. You know what I mean? Now they're trying to come back and trying to clean up the mess, and even that's going to cause a mess. So, because think about if you as a buyer and the broker has a 3%, and you wouldn't want to pay the agent $1,500 out of your pocket, cash money, when they already getting the agent fee. So it's gonna make some buyers walk away from the table as well. So look at it that way too. So at the end of the day, like I said, it's gonna have to be give and take on both ends. And if the give and take can be negotiated, then you're gonna see a lot of houses in a lot of areas that are gonna depreciate very, very fast. And then once they depreciate, it's almost like you feed into the greed, because that's what the big institutions, that's what they want. They want that, so they can come in and they can spend billions of dollars in a trust and buy up everything and make them rental properties. Now you have those properties that are off the market for anybody to buy and become homeowners, because those are going to be rental properties. So it's one of these things, like, if you know someone who's selling a house, try to negotiate with someone who's looking for a house, or try to make it an arms-to-arms deal like that. Because you guys are going to see very quickly, within the next 5 years, just these financial institutions are going to be buying up everything, and they're going to be giving people, 2 times as much as these houses are worth. Because you have to create that scarcity to align with some of the things they have lined up with legislation and things like that.
Yeah, we have seen articles that Chase buying millions of homes, thousands of homes. They call them corporate landlords. In this paragraph, in the article that I put on waterthetroll.com, buyer beware, read the fine print. These changes introduce a new level of complexity to the home buying process. Some brokers have responded by offering shorter-term contracts, allowing buyers to get comfortable with an agent before committing. However, experts warn that buyers should be cautious about signing any legally binding agreement without fully understanding its terms. So, with that, I believe everybody should have a real estate attorney reading over the fine print. Would that be accurate? Should they get or have AI look at it before they sign?
Yes. Have someone who's, because really, like I told you guys, real estate is just contract law. That's all it is. It's just contract law, really. The numbers are the number, but basically, all the nitty gritty happens within the contract. So get someone who's keen on contract law to break down some of the terms and some of the terminology that's within that contract. You know what I mean? So, and I don't care if they have to. I'm to break it down into where a third grader has to interpret it. Make sure it's clear and concise for you. Fuck your feelings, excuse my French. But this ain't about feelings. This is about getting the shit right the first time. Because what you can do once you get it right and you get it broken down that first time, no matter who give you a contract, you keep that broken down contract on you, whether you have it in a PDF in your phone or whatever. And then you just read that contract and all those words are broken down. You know what I mean? The words, the court of law, and those words are in the Black's Law Dictionary. And so it's a different meaning for a lot of those words that we associate in the real world. So all I'm saying is just do your due diligence that way, and you'll never, ever, ever be screwed in the contract again. Because you'll see some of those terminologies are just repetitive, no matter what genre of business you're in. And so just get someone keen on contract law, or like Wiley said, get AI, just get someone or something to proofread to where you can understand it.
And the reason why I love AI so much is because they can break it down to you, because I never want to be in a room and I don't know nothing that they talk as foreign. I want to be knowing the basics so I can ask the right questions, so I can get the correct information. That's why it's important to do research, read, and AI is so amazing. ChatGPT is so amazing. You can just type it in the system, pay that $20 fee, that's the premium one. It'll break it down to you like a third grader. It will make it crystal clear. You can talk to it like you're talking to a human, ask them questions, and it will respond to you in real time. I love AI. This is why the website is thriving, because of AI. In this paragraph, Tonya Manic, a law professor at University of Buffalo, expressed concerns that buyers might sign contracts blindly only to be surprised later, with different agreements varying by state and brokerage. There could be 1,000 versions in circulation, each with its own terms. So this professor said the same thing Don is saying, that when you sign a contract blindly, that means you can't see. That means you don't even care what you sign, only to be surprised later because you didn't read the contract.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't read the contract clearly with your eyes open, you won't be surprised later because you won't sign it, because you know it's a bullshit. The terms ain't doing nothing. The terms is to keep you in debt. The terms is pretty much, and you can't even say fraud because they didn't put a gun to your head to sign that contract. And see, this is so broader than real estate. People in the music industry don't read their contracts. And then they get screwed. Years later, they want us, the public, to stand with them, but you didn't read your contract. How? Why you don't have a lawyer? They have Legal Shield is a legal service that I have used to send cease and desist. You can pay like, I believe, I don't know, Don, you ever heard of Legal Shield, but Legal Shield, you can pay them through your job. I believe every paycheck, they take $15 out or something like that, or $30 a month, or they give you like $25 every 2 weeks you pay, and you can send cease and desist letters. They will send you other attorneys with a discount. There's so many ways for you not to get screwed, but you got to do your homework. And I love that having Don here, because when Bonita first told me to meet Don, what he was saying, it was foreign. I said, this man is a conspiracy theory. He ain't making no sense. He was making great sense. It was just, I was a sleepy black. I was cooning. I wanted to be a wholesaler. I want to be rich, not knowing that the people I'm looking up to, The reason why they're so rich is because they were selling them courses. That's why they always announce on the tour, because that's how they make their money. So once I woke up, I never went to sleep again. Don came to my home, and in my notebook, I was half woke about Trump. And when I finally woke up to the Republican Party, Don asked me, wow, what is the difference with your 20-something Wiley mindset to the Wiley mindset now? And clear as day, that I was right back then that Trump is the greatest leader for the Black community as the president. I was alluding to that years ago, but yet still putting I love Hillary, because I was struggling with being a Democrat and a Republican. But until when I moved to Texas and I was able to be around LLC mindset business bosses, my attitude changed. My mindset changed for the better. And Don were able to break it down about Hitler and the Jewish community. We know we can't talk about that on YouTube. That's a touchy subject. But on X, he was breaking the shit down. I said, oh, I didn't say a word because I'm not educated in that. I didn't do my homework enough. But Don was going deep, and people on X was agreeing with him. Don telling the truth. He's the real deal. We got all these people that's watching on X, because X is real engagement over there. And I guess we was waking it up so much on that X, they shut the internet off. I mean, they shut us down off of X. It was too much power. We were sharing some information that they sent us a sign on X. Oh, y'all just too powerful. Bring that shit down. Y'all too woke. So I thank now for that. Now, in this article, you guys, another paragraph in the article, and I'm gonna get down words. Leo Paraja, CEO of eXp Realty, emphasized the need of simplicity in these agreements. His company has made his contract easy to read, available for other firms to use, aiming to reduce friction in the home buying process. But the reason why I believe, Don, I get your opinion, they make it so complex because they want you to be confused. They don't want it to be simple. Because if it was simple, you'll be seeing it simply clear that you're going to get scammed and you're going to get fucked without Vaseline. So they make it so complex. How would you give your opinion on that? Don?
I'll just so this is why the game has always been rigged, because like you just said in that article, there's no unilateral fee across the board for everyone. So if it was, we would get total transparency, because if everybody's abiding by the same rules and regulations, you get what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So
you're talking about a national contract where everybody play by the same rules.
Yeah, a unilateral fee across the board for all brokerages and everything like that. They would never do that, only because every state operates different and they know this. So, for example, you in Chicago. Chicago operates totally different than Texas. Texas don't got a state tax. California do. You get what I'm saying?
Wow, I hear you. I get what you're saying.
So you can take those things. Those are just small things you can take into consideration. But some of the big things is it can't be unilateral because every market is different. So like, do you feel like, I'll give you a perfect example. Do you feel like Chicago should be charged the same fee as New York?
No.
Okay.
I think Chicago should do what Texas do and don't have a state tax, because it don't make sense triple taxing us, county and all them taxes. I believe
exactly.
Right. So I agree with the Republicans on that. It makes sense because
that's what I'm saying. So because we have that, and because we have that, because every state operates like its own entity.
As own entity, correct.
And you can never have any unilateral or like a baseline.
Absolutely. Because you got
everybody trying to squeeze that lemon, brother. Everybody trying to squeeze that lemon.
Exactly. And that's why the people that squeeze the lemon in New York is losing. Chicago is losing. Instead of Michigan, California is losing.
And it's funny how all the people that are losing like that are the blue states. And I'm not knocking the blue states. I'm not knocking the blue states or nothing like that. But the things that's happening in those states, especially sanctuary states and these sanctuary cities, man, like if the people in those areas have not opened their eyes and just, it's like the powers to be have given you a script, and they've replayed this script over and over again until like you're bored. You've seen every episode, but yet people are watching the same TV show and acting surprised when certain parts come on. You get what I mean? You've seen this episode over and how are you surprised? And so that's what's happening. Look at the immigration stuff that's going on, man. Keep it all the way 100. That's like they're closing down elementary schools and housing some of the immigrants that are coming in because the city just
in Chicago. They closed down. 50, come on, man. They closed down 50-some schools, and the building was rotten. Instead of them turning into business schools and whatever, they opened those schools back up and turned them to migrant shelters.
And I'm gonna take it one step further, you guys. You heard it from me, and so don't be surprised when you see it. You're gonna see, because the next collapse is going to be commercial property. With the invention of Zoom and the remote, the way everybody can communicate and operate and work remotely, a lot of the commercial real estate is going to plummet. And I'm talking about plummet to the ground in value. And it already has. So what you guys are going to see is all of these buildings around your downtown and all these elementary schools that are in the hood, that the state has taken the funding out of those areas, they're going to become housing projects. I'm dead serious. You guys watch. They're going to make them livable spaces.
Because the reason why Don's saying it, because I read an article that said it doesn't make sense like destroying that. They're going to turn it and get architects to turn it into they said affordable housing. Like they're going to do bidding in Chicago that if a contractor or investor, they must lay aside 20% of the apartments for below market affordable housing, and then the rest of the 80 they can do market rent in order to get those grants, the tax breaks to do that in Chicago. So
they're doing that in Dallas. That's what opportunity funds.
Okay.
So those are opportunity funds. That's the worst thing that can happen to a neighborhood in an urban area, because what it does is it takes away from the community more than it gives back. So
do you agree with Bishop T.D. Jakes when he said a mixed income neighborhood?
No, because
okay.
No. Just like, who cares if it's mixed income? Who's gonna know? Who's gonna know the value of every tenant in this neighborhood? And who cares? Look at it that way. Why would you want to know what you get what I'm saying?
Oh, I get your point.
Why do these people care to call it a mixed use or this kind of thing? Like, I'm telling you, Wiley, at the end of the day, all these new condos and all these new buildings, you guys, these apartment complexes are coming up. This is what happens. They'll build them up, and then what they'll do is the people who have Section 8 vouchers, and I'm talking about the people on the good list, that 20% is going to be for those people, the Section 8 people. The 80% are going to be people who want to live that life and everything like that. Within a 3-year period, that 80% and that 20% is going to flip. Those 80% that moved there from the beginning to get all the subsidies and everything to start it, so they can get the grants based on the occupancies and occupancy level and all that kind of stuff. They're going to get that money. They're going to get that money. In the first 2 years, it's going to be regular people paying, but they're going to be living on your leases. And then they're going to move out. And then once the people who paid the real money, because they ain't going to want to live with no Section 8 people. Straight up, they're going to feel like they too good for them. I'm telling you, this is what happens everywhere, and this is what happens. Keeps happening everywhere. So that 80% that's paying real money, right? You know, that first year, this 80%, you got the 20% on Section 8. These are like the best Section 8 tenants they can find. And so they want to live here. And so after that lease is up for the 80%, then it's going to be 40% Section 8. Then the next year when the lease is up, it's going to be Section 8 Section 8. Then the next year when the lease is up, it's going to be 80% Section 8 and 20% the people that stayed up. But this 20% is going to be different now. This 20% is going to be the elderly that are on a fixed income. And that's where they're going to get the subsidies. They're going to get the 1031 benefits, tax exchange benefits. They're going to get all the stipends, all the dividends. They're going to get all that shit. That's how that shit works. And the federal government going to give them money to do it. So they're going to get double paid. That's how that shit works. And at the same time, they're displacing the people who originally were in that neighborhood, and they pricing out the people who were in the neighborhood. So what are you doing for the neighborhood besides putting this pretty ass building? But I get banned when I say this shit.
And it's the truth. Just like I get banned from the nurse home exposing them bad nurse treatment. I remember this before I left, texted you guys, this is my last day there. And Don, his wife, we were in the living room. The apartment is cleaned out. And Don's wife said, "Are y'all afraid? Are y'all scared?" And me and Don said, "No. Because I fear no man. Only person I fear is God. Per my religious belief. But I don't fear no man. I'm a fearless brother." Because his wife was like, because I go against these nurse homes, Thaddeus, Cecilia, Hillcrest, North Dallas. I still didn't really expose them because I didn't get all the information yet. But when I get all the information, they're going to be content. And these are powerful millionaires that sold Hillcrest the property and got new. Once the person was doing the digging, my researcher, it was a lot of evil stuff. It's hard to track down the owner of the facility. So when you're talking against that type of power, you get on the blacklist. That's why I couldn't get a CNA job to save my life in Texas. I blacklisted myself because I stood up for what was right. But I worked for self with the Wiley show, so I'm still able to eat. And if I lose the Wiley show, I will go on the strip, sing songs, do a tap dance and a moonwalk, and put a bucket so people can donate. I'm going to always make a way for myself because God, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, do for self. If you got a do for self thing, God is going to bless you because he wants you as a man to provide for yourself and your family. That's God's order. That's the Honorable Elijah, my teacher. Because Miss Liz Farrakhan, because if Miss Farrakhan is your teacher, so is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So having that mindset, that conscious mindset, knowing that stop begging the government, they're not going to give you no reparations, do for self. When Minister Farrakhan said, how long are we going to be begging white people to do for us what we have the power to do for ourselves? And meeting Don, he introduced me to that black power, black ownership, black wealth, and being a boss, a black boss. That's why I thank Don Johnson. He did not teach me to be a black worker, getting a black job. He the one that told me to get an LLC. You remember you told me that, Don? After we did the episode, his wife, Don, we in the living room doing the show, and Don told me, Wiley, get an LLC. He told me that, and I followed my teacher, my mentor, Don. I followed his instructions. When you follow your mentor instructions, your mentor will continue to give you more advice. The reason why some of y'all mentors don't fuck with you no more because you don't listen to your mentor. If you listen, he will give more information. Because Don gave information freely, but he got burnt out because he was giving people free game and they were throwing the shit in the trash can. It was only a handful of few that listened to Don and things happened. I remember Don told a woman how to refinance her home. Don, do you remember that producer that called you, the Wiley Show viewer?
Yep.
And she called you, and you gave her step by step of what to do.
Yep. And you also had another person from your show. I think he was trying to sell a property that he had, and he was just going to sell it because he just saw the neighborhood going up, and he just figured he just make a quick buck or so. And he was asking me, what did I think about it? And I told him, I said, I think you should do your research on that property and everything around it and see what's coming. I said it's increasing for a reason, and I think development is coming based on the area because I even looked it up for him. And I said it'll serve you better if you just do your research. I said just if you don't mind, just give me 3 days. I said just give me 3 days, and I'll give you my answer in 3 days. But I don't want you to sell it. I want you to do your research in those 3 days. He called me back in 3 days. He said it's worth 3 or 4 times more than what he thought it was, and he'll be a fool to sell it. And so now he keeping it. He gonna keep it in the family. You get what I'm saying? So just be little stuff like that, man.
Yes, and so you guys, before Don get off the air, because I don't know if he'd be booked and busy today. Don, what's your email address?
You guys can email me at OPPGIVE999@gmail.com.
And make sure you text that to me so I can copy and paste it in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, that means opportunity giver. So OG, I'm the opportunity giver. So
once he texts it to me, for those people in the chat, I'll put it in the comments and I'll post it on the screen. Because one thing about Don, he'll text it to me. So yeah, so anyway.
Wiley, I'm almost ready with my YouTube channel.
Yes, sir.
I'm creating my intro right now. So you guys be watching out for the YouTube channel, man. It's gonna be very, very informative.
So is it OPPGIVE999@gmail.com?
Yes, sir.
All right, that is correct. Proud of me. So I'll put your comment up on the screen. That is Don Johnson's email. You can reach out to him, tell him that Wiley sent you, and you can get some information. He's going to help you, especially if you're a homeowner especially if you're trying to sell property. Especially if you're in the DFW area. But if you're in the United States of America, real estate is real estate. It's just the numbers change.
I don't care if you're in Mexico, Canada.
Yeah.
I don't operate the way a lot of people in real estate operate. I operate on the electrical grid. So I'm a little bit different with the information and everything I get. So the grid is the same on the whole North American plain. So you can be from Mexico to Canada. All the zoning and all the magnetic grids are all the same.
So, and that's Don. So, and I love Don because he introduced me to the MLS. He was like, just look and see. You're not buying anything. Just see what's out there. And in my mind, I can visualize myself in those homes. And I said, okay. And living with someone that owned their own condo, his AC went out. My roommate AC went out. And he had to pay out of his pocket almost about $2,000. It was looking freon. It had a big leak, so I had to fix it and all that. And there is no landlord. He's the landlord. He's the homeowner. And God allowed me to witness that and said, Wiley, this is what Don told you correct. have 10,000 in checking, 10,000 in savings. Because if your AC, you don't get it out and it's hot, you may have to spend over $1,000 to get it fixed. That's why it's important to have a savings account with $10,000 or more, a checking account with $10,000 or more, and now going there barely with $300 in your account. You go, it's sad because if some break down, a pipe burst, etc., you got to be able to replace it that day. So that's why I'm glad that he gave sound advice. And you got to listen. And I took heed to that, and I said, you know what? In 2025, I will become a homeowner because of the growth of the Wiley show. Because I'm thinking towards the future. Prophet Bernard Jordan said, you got to think towards the future. Small is the new big. So looking towards the future, focus on the LLC. Don't worry about having to do jobs because that ain't going to work. Because I have an LLC, but once I got the LLC owner, I can never go back being an employee and stay happy. I will be unhappy because you got to be under subjection to that boss. And you're going to have great ideas to make their business better, but they're not going to listen to you because you're not the boss, you're the employee. So you're going to have a headache, you're going to get bipolar, you're going to go crazy because you can't change a boss how to be a boss when you're their employee. Know your role. So that's why I'm focusing more full time on the LLC, on the business, and doors going to open up because I'm doing it the right way, not WHITE, the RIGHT way, the right way. So, Don, what you saying? I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, I was gonna say for those who are trying to buy properties, or not properties, but trying to buy a home in a home buying process, I give you guys a little tidbit about how to make things a little bit better for yourselves in this market. So if I were to buy a house right now, what I would do is try to put down as minimum as I can to execute the loan. I'm going to say that again. I will try to come out of pocket with as minimum as possible. It's not all the money I do have, but it's the minimum I'm coming out of my pocket with. For example, trying to get a $300,000 house, most people are going to put anywhere between $40,000 to $60,000 down, something like that. I'm telling you guys, if you can get the deal done by putting $20,000 down, put the $20,000 down. And once that deal is executed, no, you can't poop in the yard. I'm walking my wolf. But once the deal is executed, that $40,000 or what that you had set to the side that you were going to put down on the down payment, put that shit in interest, one big ass payment. Knock your shit down about 7 or 8 years in one swoop. You get what I'm saying? Like we gotta use the same tactics they use to beat them. And so, I don't have my calculator with me, but if you do the math,
and then Don, I gotta bring you back on because we're gonna have to do a Zoom for the members only, and y'all become members only $5. And Don can break it down on how to obtain an LLC, and we can do that on Zoom because that information we're gonna do it on Zoom with the paying members first. So y'all can just pay $5 to get into the Zoom meeting, $5, and then we will introduce it to the public then, because we know the people on the Zoom meeting that paid the $5, they're serious about obtaining an LLC. So I have to move strategically because I'm doing this full time. I got to make a coin. I can't be doing stuff for free. So, and I bring Don on to talk about, and I'm going to be giving my opinion about the LLC and everything like that. We'll do that over there on Zoom. I'll check with Don and see his schedule because he have done multiple Zooms with us. What's going on in Gaza? We talked about that last year on Zoom. You remember that, Don?
Yep.
We've been talked about it. Everything we talked about came to pass. So, because we couldn't talk about that on YouTube because that's like controversial and they're so sensitive. But on Zoom, we broke it down on Zoom. We've been talking about that stuff. So, and that was on last year. So that's why I'm asking everybody to become a member. And if you don't want to commit to 30 days, you just want to pay your $5, just put in there your number. And when you put your $5, put your number so I can text you the Zoom information. So in the memo, put your number. If you send a Zelle, make sure you send me an email with your number, and so I can email you the Zoom information or email you the information. So we will let y'all know when we do the Zoom without LLC. I got to see when Don is free to do it. We could actually do it tomorrow if he's available.
I don't know if I'll be free enough. I may be. I'm not gonna say no. I may be. We'll talk.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk, because I can set it up real fast, and he can be like, while I'm ready now, I can set it up just like like that, because Don used to do the Clubhouse meetings. We was in Clubhouse when that was popping, and then Don just came on Zoom.
Yeah, hey, I'm starting the Clubhouse back too, so I got a new Clubhouse channel. It's called Glitch in the Matrix.
Okay, so I want you guys
to check that out.
And I was
that's why I break down everything.
That Clubhouse.
Yeah, and I gotta send you the intro to it and everything. So the Glitch in the Matrix is basically what I do is this. I feel like I'm not gonna say I'm the foremost expert in gentrification, but I'm a bad boy. And so with that being said, like what I did was I took all the things that create gentrification and that whole system, and I aligned it with all of the so-called conspiracy theories, Senate bills, and legislation to actually control it, cause it, and manipulate it. And so what I do is I kind of break down everything, and I show you all the legislation behind it, show you the bills that were signed when you guys were asleep that led to these things happening in our neighborhoods and everything. So it's kind of a deep dive where it's interactive too, where I kind of pose a question for you guys. I let you guys do the research, figure out an answer, and it's almost like we just fill in the blank together. And so we go through the whole process, every phase, every stage of it. And so I think it's going to be like I got it broken down into 10 parts right now. And so I'm just trying to figure out how to put timestamps on everything, but pretty much everything is done, so to speak. I'm just right now working on the timestamps, but I want you guys to look out for that Clubhouse channel. It's called Glitch in the Matrix, and I'll probably air 2 to 3 times a week. So yeah, so I'm very proud of that one.
I'm down to come on your Clubhouse, you know what I'm saying? Because I can stream it live on my YouTube channel, his Clubhouse meeting. So whenever Don ready, I'm all game with that. And also Don got a radio show.
I got a radio station.
I
have a digital radio station. I just turned it off only because I want to come back. I never really did a launch party. I never really put promotion behind it.
Oh yeah, I'm coming to that.
But I didn't do those things in the beginning because I wanted to grow organically. So now it's grown.
How your radio station grow? And I've always said it. We do a show together on the radio station. We build it around us going,
yes.
And then you build that model and getting hosts to host different shows. But we started first, just like the WWE. We the main characters, and then we go get other talent that calls in and be like, hey, you need to become a host. That's how that's going to work, I believe, in my area of expertise.
Okay, cool.
When we start,
because I'll be looking for a morning crew, and I'm going to always stream I'm going to stream the Wiley show in the morning, so my educational pieces in the morning for people who are driving into work and stuff like that. Some of the things that Wiley goes over with his audience, towards telling you guys about LLCs, business mindsets, and just changing the paradigm of the way we think subconsciously. So
absolutely, and also Don too. You guys, Don also took me on a tour about cornering the market, about gentrification. You remember that, Don?
Yes, sir. And I told him, like, all these things that we hear, all these meanings and all these things, they really truly do mean something.
It do mean to be on the corner, a multi-million-dollar home on a corner in the hood.
Yeah, so when it just little things, but like I said, like everything we've heard in movies and these sayings are really, really true,
Yeah.
and they're all based on slave codes, and they almost always happen in the urban areas. And
Absolutely.
so I
And
kind of point those things out. That's why the city of Dallas sued me twice.
yeah, I understand the feeling because you was giving me game, and I had recorded it, and I said, wow, 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 wow. But you ain't popping unless you get sued.
There you go. No, I just how it is, man. When
you
want to
Dr. King was sued.
when you want to inform your people of what's really going on,
Yeah.
and you know what I mean, it upsets the a la carte of people who don't. You get what I'm saying? So that's what the city of Dallas and a lot of other cities, man, they hate when I come through, but they gotta respect it because at the end of the day, they know, like, it's one of those things like I can get away with a lot of shit because they know I know. And I can't. That's the only way I can explain it. They know that I know that it's a game that they playing. Get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Because I can play the game too. If I want to go to I'm gonna tell y'all this. If I want to go to any city, any jurisdiction, and change the zoning, I can do that shit because I know how to play the game, and the cities know I know this shit. You get what I'm saying? And so it's almost like, well, if I see them cheating, then they're not gonna say nothing to me. Like I tell Wiley and I tell the audience, one monkey don't stop the show, but one monkey can stop the circus. They don't want me to stop the circus. They want the show to keep going. Because at the end of the day, I'm just one monkey. They got lions, tigers, and birds. You get what I'm saying? And I'm being real with you. And see, when I talk to them that way, they don't like that because at the end of the day, it is what it is. Let's be real about it. We can be adults about it. They don't want you to be an adult about it. Because if being an adult about it for them and for the city and some of these jurisdictions means having power over you. When they don't have power over you, that's when you the threat. When you can make the same change they can make without doing illegal shit, that's what they hate. When you know what you know and they know you know what you know, that's what they hate. Like I said, once you see shit, you can't unsee it. Once you learn it, you can't unlearn it. And so I learned their ways. I figured it out. And I'm one of the few people that did. And so that's why I don't come out and say a lot of things and do a lot of things, because truly, you guys, I can't. I can't. Like, I'm being dead serious with you guys, man. If I were to go in public and say some of the things I say, man, I already know what's coming. I'm just being real with y'all. Because you gotta understand, man, this shit is not like a one city thing. This is a nationwide thing. Like, I'm opening up Pandora's box for the public, and they can't have that shit. Because then everybody sees what they should have been paying attention to that they weren't. And like I said, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
And I want to get to this paragraph: impact of home affordability. This on waterthetroll.com. While these changes may initially cause some confusion, anxiety among buyers, they could ultimately lead to more competitive market with lower commission rates. However, it's unclear whether the cost of buying and selling homes will immediately decrease. Then they said Norm Miller, a professor of the interests of real estate at the University of San Diego, believed that in the long term, these changes could benefit consumers. He noted that mortgage rates, which recently hit 6.49% for an average of 30-year fixed mortgage, will likely have a more significant impact on home affordability to these new rules. As the real estate industry adapts to this new landscape, both buyer and seller will need to stay informed and cautious. The changes are just the beginning, and how they play out in the broader market remains to be seen. But too bad we got somebody that's seen it, that got the wisdom and the prophet here. We got Brother Don Johnson on the air. So he's telling us how it's going to go down per his experience.
Yeah, because I've done everything, you guys, and I've been through everything in real estate.
We have a question for you in the chat, Don. JSE Network said, bro, what you get sued for because it's not telling information about real estate. They wants to know what was the lawsuit about, if you can talk.
Oh, it was real estate. It was real estate. What I did was I changed the zoning in the area. I changed the zoning in the area called Bishop Arts. So I changed it from conservative to planned development, making a way for everybody to get exactly what their house is worth in a booming market in like 2013 to 2016 time frame. And so what they were doing, they had a lot of things in place to where if you did anything to fix the outside appearance of your property, you could be enforce code and compliance fines and shit like that. Like they were purposely making the hood look bad on purpose, and if the people in the hood did anything to change how the house looked, they could be possibly fined or evicted because that whole area was nothing but illegal immigrants. And so they would use that bullying tactic for them to keep all that shit in front of their yard. Why you think that shit? In a lot of these places in the hood, you go and you see a whole bunch of trash in the yard, cars unoperable in the yard and shit. A lot of that shit is done on purpose, and the city mandates that they can't do shit. And if they do, they're going to get fined. But y'all didn't know that, did you? That's actually legislation in place. So at the end of the day, I made it to where that shit had to be removed. And they didn't like that shit because it spoiled a big development they was trying to do. They was trying to get all the land for cheap, go in there and lowball everybody. And when I bought a property for $65,000 and put it back on the market for $373,000, it shows the neighborhood what the true worth of the house is worth. And they didn't like that shit at all. So at the end of the day, man, I didn't get into real estate for money. I really thought that I was gonna make a difference in the hood. I was gonna, make the hood a proud place to be and look at. And then those same people in the hood that I thought were leaders are the people who sold me out to the other side because they were implants by the people from the other side. And that's when I realized everything wasn't what it was. And so I took a step back and I went deep into zoning, code and compliance, city ordinances, and just how this shit works. And so, once I went through a lot of shit I had to go through with fighting with these people at the city, having city managers change on me, just a whole bunch of weird shit, I realized it was deeper than I thought. The same lady who was giving me all these orange tags and red tags in my permitting, she was an inspector for Dallas. Her husband owned the excavation service. She was trying to always get the house tore down so her husband can get the contract to tear it down. And so I had all this evidence, and I still do. And the city of Dallas, at the end of it, after the property sold, they end up going to court and dropping all the charges. But I realized what they did. Remember, I told you I changed zoning. Zoning, if you change zoning lasts 5 years max. And so that was in 2016. The property sold in 2021. What they did was they waited me out until they can change the zoning back again. But they fucked up because they couldn't because the property had already sold. And so they waited me out just to not get what they wanted in the end anyway. But that's the kind of bullying and intimidation the city put a lot of real estate investors through. And a lot of dudes don't come out of that shit and make it. They don't put the puzzles together. They don't put the pieces together. You know what I'm saying? They end up going crazy saying, man, fuck real estate. And it had nothing to do with them. It had everything to do with the greed of the city. So I didn't get in my feelings with it because at the end of the day, everybody who talked to me when I got into real estate and I told them the reason why I was getting into it, they said, that's what I have to look out for. You're going to go through it. Trust me. We all do. It's how you come out of it. And so
another follow-up question from JFE Network that asks, did you go in front of the zoning committee or you just did whatever? So you violated the city ordinance is what you were sued for? Question.
Say that again.
He asked. It was a question. Did you go in front of the zoning committee?
Oh yeah. I went through the zoning committee, the landmark commission. I went through the city manager for all the conservative neighborhoods in DFW. So the city manager was Bill Hirsch, and he was over all the conservation of the conservative neighborhoods in that particular area. And he's the one who approved the blueprints and approved for me to build a 2-story. And so remember, it's a conservative neighborhood. So in a conservative neighborhood, the only thing you can have is a single family and or a duplex. Where he approved for me to turn a 1-story duplex into a 2-story, which violates the terms of the conservativeship of that moniker of that neighborhood. And so when they put that in place and they gave me the blueprints to do it, as soon as I put one piece of wood up, it was etched in stone. So I took advantage of the city's greed. They didn't give a fuck about the conservative or nothing. They looked at the ARV, the after repair value of the property. They looked at the taxes that was going to be associated with that $370,000 price on that property. You get what I'm saying? I took advantage of the greed. I always stay one step ahead of them. You get what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I realized I don't have to pay chess or checkers. I can create my own motherfucking chessboard. You know what I'm saying? My chessboard is gray. It's not black and white. It's gray. Like I told you, I stay in the gray area when you're dealing with cities and jurisdictions. You got to stay in the gray area. That's the only way you're going to be able to protect yourself through this bullshit. You better stay in the gray area when you're dealing with them, because they got an out for everything they do for you. You better create an out for everything they do to you, too. You get what I'm saying? So it's the out for everything they do to me. So I had to create outs for everything they do to me. And so that's what I did. So I always had a backup for everything they tried. But the reason why I got away with it is because they didn't know that I had the information. They didn't know I was privy to it. And so a lot of times you can't show your hand all the way. You got to kind of let them shit on themselves, and then you come back and hit them. You get what I'm saying? That's what I did. I just waited patiently for them to change everything. I went everything the legal way, taking advantage of their greed. It's not my fault they didn't read the bylaws of the community. I did. I knew what I could and couldn't do. I knew it was a long shot for me to actually get it done, but guess what? The city of Dallas, they wanted that money. They wanted a house that's worth $373,000 around a whole bunch of houses that's worth $120,000, so they can pimp them for the property taxes. But that shit didn't work like they wanted to.
JFE Network asked another question. We're both lawsuit for the same thing, and did you win?
Oh.
They asked you, did you win?
Oh no. They were dismissed. I didn't win. They put a lien on the properties, but the liens went away as soon as the city put like $20,000 liens on the property. But there was no money when the property sold. They took the liens off, because by the time it sold, the city manager Bill Hurst, that was over conservative, he became the city manager in the historical district. And then we had another one named Bill McKee. Bill McKee was the city manager for permitting, the one who gave me all the permits to do everything. He went up and he moved up to like the city manager over everything. And so these are the people who approved it. And so it's not like they could take it back. And so because they approved it, and I had their signatures on all of my blueprints and everything like that, the city had to dismiss it because their people didn't do their due diligence. And so the property sold and everything. And it just, but they took me through 5 years of hell though. Like, I stayed on one project for 5 years. Amongst me doing all the other projects, 5 years, only because they wanted to keep the value as low as they could in the neighborhood, and they were cheating. It was almost like they got instant karma, bro, and they were babies about it. They used to come in there and cut all the plumbing from underneath the properties, all the properties I had with pyramid beams. It was a lot of intimidation and stuff, man. I got spray paint on the walls inside the property. As soon as it's complete, spray paint inside on the walls, we're watching you. I got pictures and I got everything, bro. It's just, I can't make it up. And a lot of people in Dallas knew I was going through, and they saw it, and they'll tell you the same. Say, bro, that shit was crazy. It was like one of them fucking Lifetime movies, bro. I swear to God to you. It's just, when you know now. Like, now I know. I realize this, you guys. Whenever you see gentrification anywhere, I'm finna tell y'all the number one rule when you guys see gentrification. This is the number one thing for you guys to know. When you see gentrification, realize this, that city is broke. When any city goes through gentrification, that city is bankrupt. Don't believe what y'all see and hear on the news. I'm saying that again. Whenever any city goes through gentrification, they bankrupt. And they selling themselves out to outside investors. And those are the people who can come in and lobby and be the special interest groups that your city managers shit sell out to for the money. because they done misappropriated the fucking funds. That's what gentrification is. Because these motherfuckers misappropriated all the fucking city funds. And now the city bankrupt, needing other people money to get this bitch back aboard. In a nutshell, that's what it is. Why can't they just tell us that?
Because they're not in the business.
Some people listen to this shit with like stock and eye. At the end of the day, why can't the city just tell us that? Why they gotta name it gentrification? No, man, come on, bro. Hey, y'all need to look up the definition of gentrification and the origin of the word. It's a British term for a home renter, and that's exactly what happened in gentrification. They come through, redo the neighborhoods, push up the rent. The original people can't afford that shit. This shit is a game, y'all. This shit is a game. This shit is a game.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, shit is a game. So at the end of the day, like I told you guys, I know the rules and regulations of the game I'm playing. And I'm not playing real estate, I'm playing Monopoly. That's a whole nother game. They teach us to play real estate. They don't want us to play Monopoly. They playing Monopoly, we playing real estate. Real estate is follow the leader. So
And
I don't want to get too
playing Monopoly
yeah.
is about having that generational wealth.
Yeah. So, like I say, I can go, it doesn't matter what city I go to. There's 5 phases of gentrification. Every city going through a phase. And all I do is recognize the phase, and then I adjust my plan to that phase. You can't stop that shit. You can never stop it. The only thing you can do is prepare for it and jump in front of it. Gentrification is a chance for us to make millions of generational wealth. But they relegated it to some bullshit. Remember, when we going through gentrification and everybody in the hood is getting displaced, everybody in the suburbs is getting displaced too. Don't think it's just happening in your neighborhood. No, it happened in the $1 million neighborhoods first. Estate sales. That's gentrification in a way. So at the end of the day, man, it's all a game, y'all. And so we just gotta be aware of the rules. Once we get clarity of the rules, which I will provide you, then the game is easy to play. Then there's no feelings involved in the game. With me, I can tell you this shit with no feelings, no nothing. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna put myself in a position to get my feelings hurt. That's why I'm playing with house money. And I don't give a fuck what city it is. I can go to any city in the United States, and I'm playing with house money. Because what I know, you can't teach. Because they're not teaching it. That's as simple as I can say it. And I can get on social media, and I could probably be an overnight internet sensation. But how can I help the collective in the forefront like that? Nah. Some soldiers you need in the background. Some leaders and generals you need in the background. I don't need to show you who I am. When I come to your city, you'll know. And that's how it has to be. That's why I don't like showing my face, none of that shit. Because I understand, man, what my message is. You know what I mean? I understand why I came here. You know what I'm saying? So my purpose is a little bit different. It ain't money driven. It's just my people will perish from lack of knowledge and wisdom. And so as long as I'm on your side, nah, that's something we're not gonna let. We're always gonna be up on game. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the whole goal. It's not a divide and conquer thing, man. It's a mindset thing. They want to relegate us to smart and dumb. They didn't play on those inferiorities that we have, within. Like, I really can't talk to him because you sound too smart or this, and he's probably not going to. Nah, fuck that. Let's break it down to 3rd grade level so we all can understand it. We all can get clarity. No matter how much education you got, no matter if you went to school or you didn't. You deserve to know. That's what I'm about. So that's why I'm always blessed and honored for Wiley to bring me on. Because a lot of platforms, they brought me on one time and it and then align with how they want to do things, and they found out real quick, nah, we can't bring that nigga back on. Never. We have to muzzle that message that he's presenting. And Wiley allows me to be free, and open up to you guys about the shit that's really going on. Fuck that smoke and mirror shit that you see. Excuse my French. But that's why I thank Wiley, man. That's why Wiley's a great friend, man. You know what I'm saying? So, and he called me his mentor and stuff, but I mean, nah, man. We locked in, man. We more than that. It's more than that. You know what I'm saying? So, Nolly's a good person, man. Wiley's a very good person, man. Kind-hearted, just like me. I'm a human. You know what I'm saying? So, Wiley's a good person, man. And so, if anything I can do to help him, man, I'm gonna help him. He deserves it.
Thank you for that.
We all got traumas and dramas,
Thank you for that. Let me see. Did you have an attorney?
No.
Because okay.
No attorney. What I do have too, I have the whole docket of the suit the city gave me. I wanna present that to you guys. I want to show you. So another thing I'll be showing you, like on my Zooms and the blog podcast, me and Wiley probably do, StreamYards or whatever. I'll show you guys the docket, and I'll show y'all the meaning when they say the letter of the law and throwing the whole book at someone. The city threw the whole book at me, and I'm going to show you the book. All these things that you hear these people say is real. I'm going to show you the book. And you guys are going to be like, holy shit, I'm going to show you the book. So it's just those things, man. I'm glad I came out of it, though. I just tell you that. I'm glad I came out of it with my sanity, because it was 5 years of hell, you guys. I'm telling you. I had properties foreclosed on. Man, I ended up spending about $80,000 to $100,000 more than I needed to, because all the shit I was going through. They screwed up my roof. Man, they kept breaking into the property, man, cutting all the plumbing lines as soon as we get them fixed, try to steal the AC. And these are all people that were paid for by the city. Because we caught a couple of them and they said that shit. City gave us $200 to come over and do this shit. Like I said, dope fiends in the hood. So a lot of times, a lot of things y'all see in real estate and y'all see in the hood. Like, for example, if you guys have ever done a real estate property or a fix and flip in the hood, and people kept breaking in y'all house and shit, and y'all think it was just a neighborhood, man, think again. There's no such thing as coincidences, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know, like, you guys have no idea the links that the city would go to maintain certain values in certain areas. And that's a real thing. And a lot of people want to ignore that and say, oh, that's not a possibility. Trust me, before it can go to Washington, D.C., it has to start on a local level. The corruption just gets bigger, but it starts at the local level. That's why I'm all about the surface. Some of these guys are so high in the sky, they don't pay attention to what's on the surface. I'm on the surface, and I can also fly in the sky. But I'm on the surface. My foundation is on the surface. So a lot of things that I say about zoning, code, and compliance, and some of the shit you can and can't do, it's going to be foreign to somebody who's head in the sky. I'm on the surface. They in the Mile High Club. What the fuck they care about what's going on the surface? You should. Because at the end of the day, you up, you still got to come down and land on a solid foundation when you land that plane, brother. That shit is over there too. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, bro, you got to do what's right for the people. This shit is for humanity, bro. We at the age of innovation and information and knowledge. I'm here because the knowledge, you guys had to hear this shit. Like, this is not a coincidence. Everybody who's listening right now, we're on the same frequency. We might not be on the same path, but we might be on the same path. But we all got different yellow brick roads we got to follow. But at the end of the day, we all going to the same homeroom or trying to go to the same place. That's why I don't care about the differences we have. At the end of the day, the goal is the same. We might not get there. It might not use the same ways to get there, and our pattern might be different. It might be the same. I ain't gonna judge you on the way you get there because that's your life experience. But as long as we get there. So I rest with that, Wiley. I want to thank you guys because I gotta go.
All
I want
right.
to thank you guys, and I want to thank Wiley for bringing me on, man. I really do appreciate it, bro. Sharing some of this information with the public, man. And yeah.
Thank you, sir, for coming on.
No problem, Wiley. You know, anytime,
right.
brother.
One and only, Don Johnson. Okay. Wow. Don, thank you. All right. Man, that brother came and he woke it up. Now, tomorrow, you guys, I want to get to Chicago. So who going to pay for my Greyhound ticket? Let me see if the Greyhound. Let me see if I can get to Chicago tomorrow with the Greyhound. Let's see. Let's do this. Damn! That Greyhound ticket $500 something. What the fuck? I might as well take a plane. Get that 3 days later. Hell no. What the fuck? Let's see the plane tickets. Oh, damn. Even the plane took $417. Ooh, wait. If y'all can donate, I would love to get to Chicago tomorrow. Anyway, definitely donate. Your blessings coming through. He'll pull you out of blessing. You won't have room to receive. Your blessings coming through. It's coming through. It's coming through. Your healing coming through. He'll pull you out of blessing. You won't have room to receive. Your blessings coming through. All right. It's coming through. I believe it. So if you want to contribute to the show, you can definitely contribute to the show. $ Marquise Wiley 28 Wiley@gmail.com. You can definitely contribute to the show and definitely have a good time and to be there. I'm going to show y'all a blast from the past where we had 7 stars. Storm Monroe on Two Man and Lady. We're going to play that episode for this last hour. We're going to close out with Two Man and a Lady. And you all going to see Storm Monroe and 7 stars. It's coming through. It's coming through. It's coming through.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is another episode of one of the greatest shows, one of the greatest collaborations in YouTube, two men and a lady. Welcome. Let me bring the lady on, the one and only 7 stars. How you doing, 7?
Hi.
Looking good. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you look kind of hot. Let me put my voice down for a second.
You play too much.
Let me put my voice down.
You know that?
I know I'm playing too much. So what you come from? You had a date?
No, I'm here for your show.
So I want to first say I am married, I am joyful, I am blessed.
Yeah, right.
Okay? At the end of the day. I also want to say shout out to each and every one of the people that are watching this video. We had a lot of folks that had a lot of stuff to say about us. Just while we wait on Storm.
Clear as day. She was much beautiful back in the day when we had her. Ever since we gave her the boot, she looked bad. This one's started looking beautiful. Baby, you look at her now with that old 1967 crunchy wig now.
I want to ask a question, 7, since you're a woman.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal with people when they talk about your looks? How do you deal with that?
Shit, look better than me if you're gonna talk about me. Otherwise, it is null and void. Okay. And I ain't met one chick on here who's talked about me that looked better than me. So I'll wait.
And I'm cross-eyed. And
you want to sit up there with your little faceless avatars? Go, girl. Do you? Okay. I am happy. And I am paid and I am blessed. Okay. And I am loved.
Yes. And you know what? I'm going to tell somebody. I don't care what you say about me. Yes, I'm cross-eyed. Yes, I'm this. But when I take off these clothes, you better get ready.
But you know what, Wiley? I feel like ever since you started owning that about yourself, it's like you took the power away from people. You know what I mean? Now you still have petty people like Passa over there, calling you Cyclops and stuff. But, again, I feel like you've taken that power because you own the fact that you do have, you're not perfect. You have imperfections, right?
Absolutely. And I would rather be a cross-eyed, openly proud person, bisexual, transgender one day than a closeted 50-year-old man that got forced out of the closet. I would rather be a cross-eyed, cross-dresser
baby
than a cross-eyed man. Let's bring another man on the panel that have been dragged in these YouTube streets.
What's going on, 7? What's going on, Wiley?
Doing good, man. I'm married, joyful, and blessed. So I want to get into this, one of the hot topics in the YouTube. Let's talk about doxing.
Now look at this. Storm, 7, they are thorn in my flesh. But they diss the preacher. I want you to understand. Some of y'all opened the door for your enemies to drag you. You in that season, you're crying, but just hold on a little while longer. Your soul gonna change. Your enemy gonna be your footstool. Just hold on. Keep doing right. Keep sitting with the right folks. He gonna switch it. The Wileys that's in last place gonna be in first place. Speak that in your life. Encourage yourself. And say, I will be first. I will no longer be last. I am first. Believe it. Walk in it. Faith without works is dead. Have that faith like a mustard seed and watch God change it. This is when Storm was making good money.
I want to start
right.
with 7. About the doxing that is going on in these YouTube streets.
Well, listen, I'm a perpetrator of doxing, and just like everything else, there's levels to doxing, right? Okay.
Right.
You can utilize it as a way to get somebody up off of you, or you could take it a step further, like some other people do on here, and try to ruin people's whole lives. Now, I don't subscribe to that, okay? But I think the question is it right? No, it's not right on any level. Okay, it wasn't right when I did it. It wasn't right when, someone else did it and took it to the extreme. However, that has kind of become the culture of that roast and gag sector. Okay,
I agree.
It's to be expected at this point.
And I think also what people have to keep in mind is, are you doxing the person you're going back and forth with, or am I including your family members who are not in YouTube?
Right.
People you work with and they got nothing to do with this. Like, I think if you keep it with the roast and the gag, and I'm not actually putting out your real address or your social security number, then it's kind of like fair game. But then people on YouTube just take it too far.
And let me just say this, because there's a lot, I'm seeing some hypocrisy go on here. And one person that was brought up was Tracy in regards to the doxing. No, it's not cool. None of the doxing. Let me tell you something. I know for a fact Tracy is not a person who goes around just doxing. Okay. She has been attacked more than anybody else in the sector, in my opinion. So I don't think it's fair for anybody to sit up there and try to use that against her when it wasn't a damn problem when she was doing it at one point to even defend you. That's not fair. Okay. And that's all I'm going to say.
We heard that.
They dox my family. They just contact my cousins, so I get it constantly. Family members get called, and I'm like, this, call me. I'm here for the smoke, but calling my family members ain't gonna do nothing, because I'm talking about it in stand-up comedy. If you get my bald-headed cousin on camera, I'm gonna talk about it. If you get my crazy cousin on camera that wear dirt,
I'm still gonna talk about it.
I'm going to talk about, it's going to be content that's not going to hurt me if you bring them on camera and try to interview. That ain't going to shake me. If you post my credit score of 485 is actually in the 500 and that's 600, that's not going to hurt me. All it's going to do is I'm going to go get a GoFundMe. Y'all see I'm in debt. Donate.
Well, thank you. Thanks for money. But how are people getting like families' information? Because I put some stuff on YouTube, but I don't tell people like where I'm from, who I'm related to, or something like that.
They research and they
research it. Now, these are people who have the time to do that. You know what I mean? When you're working, or when you're being productive throughout the day, you don't have time for that. It's not even something that really interests you. However, when you have time and you can sit around home and do these type of things, and the people you associate with, your team, so to speak, has that same time to do it, yeah, you can accomplish a lot. Okay.
Absolutely. And when you're saying this funny, this is the problem that I have. You're going to dox. If you on SSI on a disability check, you get $500 a month. You spending your coin to find out about me. That is insanity. And I say this, if you are on low income, you in a Section 8 apartment and you're spending your money to dox, I'm going to call Trump and I'll say, I know, Trump, you about to get impeached, but can you please come with a law? If you dox, you can lose your Social Security and your food stamp. You can lose all your government system. Because if you got money to pay $49.95 to find out about my family, you don't need to have.
You got too much goddamn time on your hands. Too much. And you know what they need to do is start making you work for your paycheck and start cleaning up your own community. You need to be in the parks picking up trash 3 hours out of the day. You need to be doing something productive since you got all this time and you on government assistance and you essentially getting a paycheck to terrorize people.
And to sit at home and do it. And not only that, I'm gonna call your case manager. I'm just gonna call your case manager.
Because I know I'm going to call. Because the first thing I'm going to say, this person got a problem because she ain't in her kitchen cooking, frying no bacon for her kids. All she worried about doxing me. Can y'all please do a well-being check on the dogs? Can y'all
somebody call ASAP, PCA, whatever they
call the animal control, because this woman have a problem. I don't like waking up in the morning and I'm saying a black woman with kids and with pets and dogs. Doxing somebody, showing people, family members, you need to get off government assistance right now. You got too much time on your hands. I have to say, and I'm keeping it real tonight. If you don't like it, you just don't like it. Okay. Now, it was something else controversial going on in the world. Flame Monroe, he, she, we. Okay?
He, she, we.
She went on the Breakfast Club and she said gay people need to stop forcing their lifestyles on people. She used the term, the tranny term. She did not say trans women. What's your thoughts about that? Because the gay community is all up Flame Monroe, but
when are they not up somebody's ass? Let me tell you something. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Storm. No, go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead because a lot of y'all mistakes her, he, she, we for me. That is not me. I don't know why. My name is not Flame. My name is Storm. First of all, but second of all, I like Flame in the fact that he, she, we just basically owned what she was. She owned it and just said, look, this is how I feel. I don't represent the whole community, but I'm letting you know I don't give a damn what you say about me as long as them checks clear. And I think more people need to have that attitude. Go ahead, Seven.
I absolutely agree with everything Flame said. And the reason is because she didn't come from a place where it seemed like she was pandering for one group. You know what I mean?
Right.
I personally believe there is an agenda being pushed, and it's almost like they're force feeding the kids this information, and now they're teaching it in school, hoping that they'll gain more knowledge about it. But it's just confusing the hell out of everybody. It really is, because there's so many new terminologies that are being used. Now, my thing is, because I don't want this out, in like on TV broadcasted everywhere, or I don't want kids playing with little transgender dolls or something, doesn't mean that I have a problem with your lifestyle. Okay. I just think everything is moving really fast. And I love the fact that she even brought out the point that, the gay LGBTQ community only utilizes the transsexuals when they want to push their agenda. They don't really care about the transsexuals. That's something else she said that kind of had me thinking like, okay. So as far as what he said, I fully agree with him.
Absolutely.
That's not something that needs to be fed to children. Okay. Let them have the opportunity to grow up and make their own decision on how they want to live their life.
Absolutely. And I want to give a special shout out to our sponsor, Regina Show. She's the owner of Regina Hair Salon. So make sure y'all go and subscribe to her. She is in the chat. Click on her page, the Regina Show, the owner and founder of Regina Hair Salon. And I want to say this, I'm a man during the day, but I will put on this wig and put on this makeup and to get a coin, and I'll be a trans. Okay. At the end of the day, people going to live their life the way they want to live it. First of all, Flame Monroe is old as dirt. She come from a different generation, and they call trans women trannies. That's the generation that she come from. RuPaul is the same person. They come from the 60s, the 70s. They come from that. You know what I'm saying? Colors drink the color fountain, whites drink the white fountain. They come from that type of era. So for us to come down on her back, she is a comedian. She been doing this from day one. It's nothing have changed. I will put on this wig and put on this makeup and get it in. I have done it. I put on this wig and hopped on many people back for a coin. When this wig come on, I'm part of the trans community, and you can't tell me I'm not part of the trans community. For a coin, I'll be a part of the circus community. You got the right coin. Give Wiley the money. He go to the bank, and he gonna spend it.
But Wiley, I gotta correct you. Because your people gonna jump on your back about this.
Well, they can
when you put the wig on. But when you put the wig on, you're technically a cross-dresser, not trans. I just want to make
I was thinking the same thing. Like, why is he repping trans?
You can't tell me how I feel. I identify.
Oh my God. Okay, Rachel Dolezal.
You see how that gets?
Oh my God.
I identify as a trans woman. That's why I identify. I put on that wake up. I change my voice, I identify, and I get it in. Most of my dudes that I deal with that's married, they don't like to say cross-dresser. They say you are a woman or a lady. Mm-hmm. You have to bring that Marquita out. Woo.
I cannot. Y'all tell us down below, is Wiley a cross-dresser or a trans?
Good idea.
This nigga is confused. He's
way too much. Why? You need to bring out Ray Washington. I already told you.
I already know.
That's who I want to see.
If I bring out Ray Washington, we tell him what I said. Tell him what I said at DM.
What you saying it in, Wiley.
I said, so baby, you gonna let Ray Rosser hit that? You gonna let Ray Rosser smash that?
You didn't say no.
Oh, she said no. She liked Ray Rosser.
No, I damn said, nigga, please.
People like Ray Rosser because it gets them wet when you cuss. You
Oh
know,
my God.
that thuggish look, you know, that bruh up in there, you know, lick them lips. They really be on it. They get kind of wet. One lady was real wet. She sent me her drawers. I didn't know if she dumped that in the jacuzzi water. I was like, wow, I didn't know you could run like that. I said, woo. Well, I'm gonna keep that voice going. Okay, so also I really want to say this, and I'm gonna get off this subject with Flame Monroe. She also is. A lot of people say she's fake. She's a fake transgender woman. At the end of the day, we have to respect her how she want to be respected. But just because she okay if you call her dude or Mr. Flame or Miss, we can't say that about T.S. Madison. It's different strokes for different folks.
Okay,
and most
I got that, and I mean,
understand that.
Right, but I wouldn't look at T.S. Madison and want to call her him. Like and I don't want T.S. with me. Well, I'm not gonna go there. Let me stop.
But do you feel like Flame Monroe comments will make people feel comfortable in a heterosexual world to call trans women dudes? Do you feel
no. I think we. I think they broke it down very simply. Like they just made it simple. I think so.
All right.
I have a newfound respect for Flame Monroe, and I honestly didn't know a lot about that person, but I was definitely feeling what that person was saying.
Me too.
I feel you. Do you? And this is our next one. Do you think trans women is too sensitive? Do you think they're too sensitive?
I would say yes. Yeah, I think everybody's too sensitive. Who cares what these people call you? You better make sure they respect you. You better make sure they're not mistreating you. You better make sure your check is clearing. Who cares what somebody says to you? Fight for equality. I don't give a damn what you call me, but that's just me.
Facts.
That's just me.
I just don't understand how anybody who can take dick in the ass can be sensitive.
Absolutely. And if don't get mad if your voice sound like Barry White.
Beast out here.
If your voice is like Barry White, don't get upset. Don't be sensitive. And I agree with Flame World. It's about policies. I don't give a damn what you call me. What is the policies in place? The higher standard. Stop worried about the labels. If you're good, I'm good. But we're so focused on labels at the end of the day.
Labels.
Yeah.
If I'm not sleeping with you, if you're not bothering me, I don't give a damn what you call me. Somebody called me a dookie stick. Did I cry? on my shirt, okay? Because at the end of the day, them are words. You ain't put your hands on me. You ain't into it. Ain't mess up my account. I don't give a damn what you call me. You call me doodle stick, doodle draws, dookie stains, whatever you want to call me. That's not going to make me stop and be mad and upset. So we got to get over and overcome words in this community, in every community, particularly in the LGBT community, because we a little bit sensitive over here in this community. We too sensitive. I agree with that. Y'all coming down Flame Monroe back and y'all kumbaya, but then when it's time to get into politics in the black community, y'all know where to be found. But yet everybody is jumping on Flame Monroe back. Where were you at with a platform before Flame Monroe trans sisters made that statement? Where are your voice? Where are you at? You're nowhere to be found. The only time I get tired of trans women, the only time you speak when somebody passed away, okay, let's rally. You got to do it before so you can control your narrative. And Justin J, while he broke down in tears, I don't know if he was begging for another apartment or some. He was just crying. I said, that's too much. Fucking Aniva, have a seat. I don't know if he didn't got evicted by somebody else. The way he was crying, it took me back when he had got evicted from
Michelle.
I'm like, why are you crying like that? Why are you breaking down like that? Y'all be calling women bees, and now y'all want to come down Flame Monroe back. Come on now, y'all. Come on now.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
So you guys, we do have the phone lines open. Moderators, y'all can definitely post the number because we would love to hear y'all voice of give your opinion. 646-716-8447. Like I said, give a special shout out to Regina Hair Salon for sponsoring this episode tonight. Make sure y'all go click on her channel and subscribe to her, The Regina Show. Go click on that and give us a subscribe and tell her that we sent you. We got to keep it going. And I want to say thank you to each person is in the chat commenting. I do want to talk about Jussie Smollett.
Oh.
Yes, fool. Oh my God.
He is suing the city of Chicago for malicious intent. Pretty much what he's suing them for, that they were wrong. What is your thoughts about Jussie Smollett?
Go ahead, Storm.
I'm gonna say, Jussie, I'm gonna need you to sit your tail down somewhere, Jussie. Where is your mammy at, Jussie, to come and beat your tail? Because you 40 years old, still telling stories. You made it up. You got these two big buff Nigerians to play white men. I don't know why you couldn't find anybody else to play some white men, of course, to bleach on you. But nigga, you don't have no lawsuit. You lied. You made up a story. It sounded like a bad Empire script. You got caught. Take the L and move along. But you steady trying to sue the city. I think they need to put him in jail. Put him next to R. Kelly.
Not R. Kelly. God.
Put him next to R. Kelly.
I like that too.
I mean, let's be real. He really should be in jail for that. You feel me? Like he should. What he did was he tried to orchestrate a hate crime against himself for publicity, so he could keep a job.
Yeah.
The more I keep talking, the worse it sounds.
Yeah.
Like, he's lost his. He's crazy, and I'm starting to think Jussie. I for the life of me, is he really that arrogant to where he's going to sit up here and just talk to us like we all stupid and tell us these fourth grade level lies and expect us to believe them? Now you know what it's like dating, half of you dudes out here. It's like, wait, did you just lie to me? Go ahead.
No, I just want everybody to know what he was giving up. When he was on Empire, he was reportedly making $65,000 an episode. Now, Taraji and Terrence, according to my notes, were making around $225,000 to $250,000 per episode, and he was upset because he was not up there. But I'm trying to find out, nigga, who told you was a Taraji or a Terrence? What is wrong with $65,000 an episode when most people is feeding a family of 6 and 7 off less than that? I'm just confused.
He started feeling himself. You know what I mean? Before this show, I had never even heard of a Jussie Smollett. I knew who his sister was. Okay. Mm-hmm. I knew who the sister was. I knew who the baby brother was. I didn't even know she had a Jussie Smollett as a brother. So, I can understand, him having issues with the pay gap. However, his career still was seemingly on the rise. He didn't have to just rely on Empire. He was doing his music. He could have took other acting gigs. He was still very much a likable person. He was on the Ellen show. Now he's unhireable. He totally ruined his whole career. This is a last attempt at I would like to say it's a last attempt at a money grab. However, I think he still thinks that he can prove to us that he was telling the truth. And that's why he's doing this.
Absolutely. And like I said, Jussie Smollett have been known of having sex and being on Jack, going to these clubs. He have been known to pick up dates, and he's famous. And I think that he gave President Trump ammunition just to dog out Black gay men. He's even said, believe me, Jussie, he beat up himself. Like, you gave the conservative media tools to just dog you out. He messed up a good show because of Jussie Smollett lies and saying the MAGA hat, Make America Great Again, people beat him up. They lost the show. They lost, Lee Daniels lost Empire and Star. They canceled both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Up their bags because of that one lie, because everybody was talking about it, because everybody in the community, it's a gay guy been gay bad.
Was on Fox. They don't play that.
They don't play that at all.
They wait for reasons to cancel a show, even if it's doing good. So for the life of me, he ruined that entire. Oof.
So now
I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed if I was his co-star.
Absolutely. Because that's easy money gone. And that's going to mess up the opportunities for everybody. Before we open up the lines, I want to give a special shout out again to our sponsor, Regina Hair Salon. Make sure y'all go click on her channel, The Regina Show.
Hi, Regina.
Hey.
And so we're going to have them voice off on the subjects that we talked about so far. So last four, 0910. You're live on Two Men and a Lady panel. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Terry from Cali. How are you?
Doing good, Terry.
Good. I just wanted to say I'm loving the panel. I'm loving the format. I'm loving the topics. This is a nice change. You know, a lot of us, we like the mess from time to time, but you know, it gets old with the dragging, the beefs and all of that. So I just want to say I'm proud of you, Wiley. I already told you, you saw my comment that I made earlier.
Yes.
You need your own podcast. You have the voice for podcast.
Yes.
You have the talent. You know, Storm, I've been following you for the last few months. I'm so proud of you. You're doing awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry.
You're welcome. I've listened to a couple of your not really live. I think you were on Tracy, so I'm not too familiar with you.
Okay.
But you're beautiful. You're beautiful, and you're Californian, and I think you're a Valley girl too. I think because you sound like me. We're both Valley girls. But this is refreshing. So it's great that you guys are bringing in the politics. You're bringing in the pop culture. You're bringing in the beat factor. And I think it's beautiful, and I'm hoping that you get more sponsorship.
Thank you.
So you can keep it going.
Yes, thank you so much. We're moving right along. Thank you, sweetheart.
Make sure you guys super chat Wiley.
Yeah. So we're going to 5866. Carly on air.
I am not a Valley girl.
5866. Go ahead.
Hello.
All right, you live on Two Man and Lady Panel. Go ahead. There you go. 5866. Go ahead. All right. Make sure you be by your phone. Get that connection together. Last 47341. You live on Two Man and a Lady Panel. 7341.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Turn me down the background. Go ahead, sister. Turn me down the back.
Hi.
Yes. Turn me down. I hear some back.
Sound like a Valley girl.
Yes. Hello.
I'm Keisha Kardashian, okay, bitch.
Not Keisha Kardashian.
Keisha Kardashian.
7341. Go ahead and speak. Turn us down the background. What you got to say about the subjects?
Hi.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to speak about Flame Monroe.
Yes.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say all of you are doing a wonderful job.
Yes. Go ahead. Thank you. Okay.
And one of my things is, I believe that one of the problems today is that no one gives people a chance to speak their own mind. If that's what he felt, that's his feeling. And way before the new trend, he's been around a long time. He helped open the door for a lot of them. So I don't think that everyone should come down on him because of how he feels. And how I feel personally, as he mentioned, it doesn't matter. When you're born, there's two things that decide your gender: your penis and your vagina.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I like both. I agree, and I like both. Just to let you know.
Yeah, and and there's nothing wrong. But then here's one of my problems with a lot of the trends. They want to be respected as a trend, but then you're trying to respect them. Then you have them talking like a man. Then you have them talking like a lady. So how can you respect him if you're going to be a woman? Then be a woman. That's just like me being a female, and I want you to respect me as a female. And then the next time you see me, I'm dressing like a male, but I want you to respect me as a female. Choose one. And I'm not going to say any name. And much as I love T.S. Madison, I love her. I watch her, but she does that all the time. One moment she's a woman, and she is a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. But then you'll see her the next time talking like a man.
Well, I do the same thing.
And I want to say, Storm, I watch you all the time. I love your show. Seven, I love your show. And Wally, I love you. All of you guys are doing such a wonderful job.
All right, thank you, Carla.
I appreciate it.
All right. Some days I'm a nigga, and then I put that wig on. Depends upon the matter. Hello.
Girl, does she know T.S. Madison got a ding dong big enough to beat all three of us with? Like, y'all have got to calm down on T.S.
And I'm trying to get on the floor, man. Don't get me kicked off.
Right. And this is the thing. T.S. Madison also, I think people forget, she is a comedian. So a lot of times it's comedic gestures, but she should be respected as a woman. So we want to keep that in mind. All right, we got 3 callers. I'm going to call your last 4, and then please turn us down in the background. All right, 5866, you're live on 2 Men and a Lady. Go ahead. 5866. All right, I'm going to move on to the next caller. You got to be ready. All right, 2637. You're live with 2 Men and a Lady. 2637. Go ahead. 2367. All right. All right, we're gonna move on. I don't know what's going on. Y'all got to speak up. Stop smoking that weed. And some of y'all don't do no crack. You got to call into the phone when you speak up. All right. 4386. Calling on air.
Hi, y'all.
Hey.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Devin, I just want to tell you I love you. Even though I'm a Libra and you hurt my feelings every day, I still love you. And I think if everybody tend to their business, everybody be a lot better.
All right. All right. Get that connection together. People, when I call your number, speak up. Don't be silent. Talk. All right, this is your chance. All right, 2619, you're live on the air. All right, 26. Yes.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead. What's on your mind?
I just want to say I'm so proud of you. You have become what this sector needs, a fresh of breath, a fresh of just the air is nice. You're doing your thing, is positive, and I love you for it. I'm here for it.
Thank
7 stars, you're beautiful tonight. Storm, you're handsome. This panel is really gelling. We are here for it. Congratulations, Wally. Love you much.
Thank you. Love you. Thank you. All right. Anonymous.
Thank you.
Anonymous, you live on the air, Anonymous.
Yeah, is it me?
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I do want to piggyback off what the last caller said. Wiley, you're doing your thing. I'm proud of you. You know, I'm always watching from the bushes. You know, 7, you looking good.
Is that Chipper?
And so are some other people. And so, yeah, so to jump right to it, I'm going to just get to it real quick. So what I think about the situation is, I think on the Breakfast Club interview, I think Storm, I don't know Storm, but I think they did that to make the guys on the Breakfast Club feel comfortable. I think sometimes what trans people or gay people will do, particularly like the feminine ones, will be like overly funny and be a spectacle, but they'll try to make you understand. But see, when you're a different type of person, everybody doesn't have to understand you.
Right.
And people are so thirsty to compartmentalize you, marginalize you, and put you in a box. And where it was problematic was if trans women want to be looked at and viewed as women, that you don't get on a national platform like the Breakfast Club and then say that you're a man, because people looking at that will then say that they all are men. I don't care about the anatomy. I don't care about what you're born. In the trans community, they want to be viewed as women. They have a right to be viewed as women. So when you go on there and do that, you might have made the men comfortable for your own bag, to secure your own bag. But in essence, what you really did was you kind of set that community back. I don't care if they talk about utilizing their penis. At the end of the day, if they want to be looked at as women, just respect them and call it a woman. I think that for any female or any male, it ain't going to take no skin off of your back to just say, this is a trans woman. She wants to be called a woman. And then just keep it moving, man. Like, you ain't got to fight that. It is what it is. People are just so deep and trying to figure out who somebody else is.
But they're not women, though. They're not women. They're not women. And another thing she talked about is how they in the Olympics. And she made a great point. They need to create a whole new lane for them. Why are there transsexual women competing against actual women in the Olympics? That's not fair. So, no, they're not women. And I appreciate that somebody from that community came out and told it like it was, because that's what a lot of us been saying. Okay. These people are all up in the bathrooms and stuff. Ain't nobody creating a big fuss. Everybody is real hush hush about it. And some people need to really start voicing how they feel. I'm not obligated to subscribe to the belief of none of this. But I can be respectful. You feel me? But to sit up and say if they want to be a woman, be a woman. Guess what? I want to be rich. I was born in a poor person's body, and I'm supposed to be rich. Okay? Can I be a rich girl? You know, we gotta stop playing these games with people.
And caller, who did you say was on the Breakfast Club?
I agree with that, and if I agree with that, and if I could just respond, because I'm not going to take up a lot of time. I think
go ahead.
It's really as simple as male. I think it's as simple as male and female.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, we're all a human race. We're all human beings.
Yes, we are all human beings.
So it's just as simple as male and female. I don't think it's that deep. Like,
it's not that deep. But first of all, as a lady, let me first of all correct you, sir. You have a deep voice. You are who you are. What Flame Monroe said, that represents Flame. I'm still a lady. You can't take that away from any trans woman. That was Flame Monroe. Flame Monroe lives her life as a dude in the morning. And she put on a wig for a nice little coin. She says she's only gay for a couple hours. So I don't think that take the community back, but I thank you for your comments because we do have to move on because I have to be a lady tonight and I got to sleep with somebody's husband. So thank you for calling in, baby.
Wiley, you a lady every night.
Oh thank
Y'all
you.
doing a good job.
Okay.
Take it easy, y'all.
You keep on with that deep voice. I want to be a lady for you too. Okay, moving right along. Fight.
Get my damn name right. Don't another person call up talking about Storm was on the Breakfast Club. Now, if y'all feel that strongly, get in the Breakfast Club and get my punk ass on the Breakfast Club. But I have never been.
They said Storm was on the Breakfast Club. 5866. Go ahead. You're on the line with two ladies and a man.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey.
Hi.
How y'all doing?
Fine.
Y'all doing an amazing job. Y'all so amazing.
Yes.
All y'all like the diversity. They're doing an amazing job. But I feel like they are pushing this LGBT community thing because the Frozen movie coming out for the children, the new one, they're making it basically, Elsa is basically gay. They changed the whole narrative. I don't know if they're sisters still or what's going on, but my daughter said she don't want to see it if they're not sisters. So
okay. Well,
I don't know.
Well, I don't.
But they do.
Okay. Well,
No,
I don't think they're forcing anything, ma'am. First of all, you as a parent, you got to control what your daughter watch. First of all, you can't force anything in a child's home. You have the power to turn it on or turn it off or spend the coins. But I don't really hear that argument when straight people have talk about sex or they talk about pimps and hoes. I don't see the heterosexual community saying, oh, they're forcing kids to be hoes. It's just that argument, ma'am, with all due respect, because you are a mother. I agree. You know, shout out to you. Anybody have children?
I understand what you're saying, but yeah, like they hear basically people were having an issue with it. You know, they're trying to petition it and like, you know, this is a problem. And because it was just crazy. They like, some people petition it, some people like, hey, I'm gonna let my kids go see it. Some people like, no, I'm not with that. I just feel like if you are the way that you are, you choose to live your life the way you want to. Just, you should not try to force that, you know, upon children, or maybe they just don't understand that.
Okay.
You know, children are going to ask questions. They're going to ask questions. Excuse me, you know, what is this? Or they, you know, they're not used to that type of lifestyle. You know, it's just, I feel like you could be what you want to be. That's what you want to be, fine.
Yes.
You know, but don't try to pressure that onto children because they're children.
Amen.
You know, certain things they need to know. You know, like if my daughter say, hey, I like women, I want to be, okay, fine. I'm not going to live you any less. You know, as long as they treat you right, they respect you, you know, not degrading you, putting their hands on you, anything like that. Okay, that's fine. Live your life. I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm not going to disown you because you're my child. But at the end of the day, when it comes to stuff like that, it should be a cutoff point.
All right.
You know?
Thank you, caller.
I mean, they didn't make a big deal about
I'm gonna have to cut you off right
Thank
there.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes, control what your kids watch. You are the parent, and at the end of the day, they should not be watching nothing that you don't approve of. And maybe carry their ass outside and make them go play and get out from around the TV. Maybe that's the problem too. I see where she was coming from, but you know, as a parent, just don't support it.
And here's the thing: it's not just that agenda that's being pushed. There's a lot of different agendas being pushed right now. Another thing that is just blowing my mind is there's a lot of interracial agendas being pushed right now. Oh, we're gonna have mixes, or let's the Cheerio commercial. We're gonna black, white. I'm just like, yo. Okay.
I feel you.
Cut the BS.
I feel you. I want to go. I also want to say this, like you said, parents control what your kids watch. I don't think that the gay community is forcing an agenda. It have always been gay people, trans women since the beginning. It just always have been, and it will continue to be. Parents, this is the new way, and just got to watch what your kids listen to. So we're gonna go to our last subject.
So there ain't no gay mafia. That's what you saying?
It's no what?
So there ain't a gay mafia?
I don't really insist that it's a gay mafia. What I do know is this world is getting very freaky, They used to say the same thing with interracial couples. They would say, oh, why are y'all forcing interracial couples keep the race apart? And now it's normalized because Hollywood have continued to do it. And so this is new. It's a lot of times you don't really see a lot. It's
not about keeping people segregated. It's about forcing it down your throat. It's about when we get our lead actors like Denzel, like Will Smith, like all these popping dudes, and they put them on the silver screen with Latina and white women. That is a problem.
But let me tell you why they do that.
Forcing it down your throat.
But let me tell you why they do that. That is because Hollywood execs believe that two black people cannot be sold overseas. When you make a movie here, they don't just sell it here. They sell it in China. They sell it in Latin America. And in other countries, it's easier to get your movie all around if you have a female that is not black. And that's just fact. So that's why you will see Will Smith with the Ava Mendez and not Will Smith next to Gabrielle Union, which is what you really should.
Black Panther said that is a lie, Storm Monroe.
Yeah,
exactly. That is a lie.
Okay. But that's also a cartoon versus showing a romantic comedy, showing people in love.
I get what you're saying.
All right.
We are the most influential people in the entire world.
That is true.
If they have a problem with seeing a black man, if we're not sellable together, that right there is the agenda.
I agree. Shout out. We're gonna get this caller and we're gonna continue the conversation. 4804. You on with two ladies right now and a man. What do you have to say?
Hi. I respect Swain Monroe, and I like the way we broke it down. Number one, it shows that he has respect for women first.
Right.
Did he take himself out?
He booted off his own show.
Now, Wiley, never gonna get on you in that dry ass wig that you got on, Wiley. Wiley.
That wig was just EBL player. That wig was just EBL.
It messed up your service, okay?
I was gonna take that wig off and take off this makeup. We instantly the makeup. Really, man, I'll be no hard.
Hey, Jeray's Corner in the chat. I was not on the Breakfast Club.
Go ahead, caller. Go ahead. We're sorry about that.
Not yet, Stormy. Not yet.
I do like the fact he acknowledged that he's the male as well. And then he talked about, the two coming together and being we. And I think it's a mix up, because if you're saying you could put a wig and lipstick on, that is a cross-dresser. I thought transgender people said that they feel like they're born in the wrong body. So they live a life of feeling like they're tortured because they feel like, for example, like they're a male, but they really feel like they are living in the wrong body.
But
So,
that comes from
I think
different.
we
That's
need to
different
understand,
approach,
like,
man.
what the true definition is, and people that really are transgender, they really suffer, and they start suffering as young children because they feel awkward in their body.
Right, but that's not every case though. It's different case. You know how I put on the wig and makeup? You do have some that will live. Flame Monroe is one, but only difference with me, I don't have the breasts. But she gets on comedy stage, she puts that on, and when she gets done, she takes it off. So it's different strokes for different folks. It's different ways for trans women. There's different approach. You have some trans women say you got to cut it off to be a fully trans woman. You have some say keep it on. I'm still trans. So it's whoever you talk to. And I also think it's a generational thing too. If you speak to those gays in the 80s and 90s or 70s, they have a different approach than the new girls that's a millennial trans woman. So it all depends upon who you talk to. It's not a one voice fit all type of scenario. It's an individual thing, what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's true, but I do feel like there still needs to be a certain level of respect for heterosexuals, as you want same thing for homosexuals or transgenders or whatever. And I'm going to be honest and say that if I'm in the bathroom, or if I have a child, a little girl in the bathroom, I do not want someone dressed up, okay, say, Wiley, like you put your wig on and you're in the next stall with your penis out peeing.
Well, first of all,
I'm just not comfortable with that.
Hold up. If you're not, unless you're watching that I have a penis, why are you watching me? Why are you looking? Because in New York, they have co-ed where men and women use the same one. This world is changing. Let me say this, sister. You are a mother. You have a right to go to a public restroom. I know that's Shireen, but if you don't like to see the kids in there, then you just have to tell little baby, little Shaquan, the whole little urine till y'all get at home. But this world is changing. It have always been women going to men restroom, men going to women restroom. We just didn't know it because it haven't been publicized. But this is nothing new. Trans women have been using different since forever. It's just that policy came into place. So we on it. But I'm like this. I'm a dude, and I went to the women's restroom. Shout out to Dart, but they called the police on me, and I told them, I said, "Listen, you can't use that." I said, "You know what? To you, sister, I'm calling the NAACP." She said, "Well, I'm not a racist because I deal with a black man." I said, "Skip you and that weak black man that you with." I had to go, and I'm handicapped. I am a disabled veteran. My eye limp. I have a limp leg, a twisted foot, and I had to go. So they called the police, and gladly the police escort me out of there. And I don't want to get shot, but I did say we shall overcome. And I said I will be calling Jussie Jackson. Now, mind you, I was just talking to myself. I said I'm talking to Jussie Jackson right now, and they escorted me out there, but I had to go to the restroom, and I feel like if you got to go, you got to go.
All right. Now, can I address something after this caller, Wiley? I need to address that real quick.
Go ahead, address it.
Okay, so I just want to address the lady that was in the chat that I guess was trying to roast us and say we so pro-black, but how many countries can we name in Africa? So while I got your attention, ma'am, Algeria, Libya, Morocco, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Somalia, Sudan, Zimbabwe, Republic of Congo, Mali, just to name a few. So don't do us.
Okay.
And what does being pro-black got to do with Africa? We're the bastard children of America. So you already messed up. But thank you.
Absolutely. And we are the ancestors. We are the beginning. So we are the beginning. It starts with us. So I also want to say this. Someone said that the NAACP was founded with Caucasian and African Americans due to the race riots in Illinois. So again, it wasn't just Caucasians. Please understand. Please do your research when it comes to that. I also want to say this. Regardless of what y'all say, we have to be able to have these uncomfortable conversations. I am so tired of the cancel culture. If we keep on with that rhetoric, we're not going to be able to say nothing. If we keep on with this, cancel this, we ain't going to be able to be Americans to have free speech. I like it when I'm able to be able to say what I have to say. Now, mind you, it is a limit. But when it comes to the gay community, I feel like we get muzzled and we get that cancel. Someone told me that I'm homophobic because I said, trans women is too sensitive. I said, how can I be homophobic? One day I'm trans, one day I'm bisexual, one day I'm trisexual, one day I'm a cross-dress. I do a whole type of things, So for you to just label that just because I say something that you don't like, we got to get over that, in my humble opinion. Also, this is the last subject that I do want to talk about. How do you all keep going when you get criticism on social media, especially on YouTube? How do you keep going, Storm? You get all this stuff. 7, how do you keep going when you get a lot of criticism? What keep you going?
7, you want to go first?
Not really.
Okay, I got you. I'm able to keep going because I don't give a damn what nobody has to say about me. I don't care. If you seen the people that I come from, if you see the people that I come from, I am the light one. I am the normal one out of all of us. So I come from crazy niggas. So I don't give it. Ain't none y'all can say to me that I'm really gonna be like, oh my God, I just gotta change. I don't care. The checks are clearing. People are watching, and no matter what I say, you gonna come see me. So as long as you coming to see me, I don't give a damn. Leave constructive criticism. But when you get in your feelings, get out your feelings. Take the panties out your ass. A lot of y'all is butthurt and you don't need to be. Get some preparation aid, some icy hot, some. I don't care.
Absolutely. Come on, 7. Woo.
Let me grab this microphone. Now, I understand your best read for me is that I'm a hoe. Now, the reason you think I'm a hoe is because, again, you believe that the majority of the men that cross my path want me. That's why you call me a hoe. So that is not a read. Anything else is null and void. I already told half of you. You don't look like me. You don't look better than me. And the day a chick who get on here who look better than me call me ugly, I might listen. Okay. Other than that, I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to continue on with my girl cave. And shout out to my girl cave. They have a lot to do with why I'm not bothered by anything anybody has to say about me on here. So shout out to y'all. I see y'all in the chat. And the rest of it just comes from me not giving a damn, just like Storm. I don't give a damn what you say. Half of y'all broke, half of y'all getting cheated on, half of y'all got a bacterial vaginosis right now. Half of y'all got a million other things you should be worried about other than me or my dusty blinds or my pussy or my Tinder dates. Don't do it. Okay?
All right. And I'm going to tell you, I don't give a damn what you say. I get it all day. The more you talk, the more the bigger the checks is. Okay. The bigger the opportunity is. So you can talk about me all day. You can talk about my mama. You can talk about my daddy. I talk about my mama being a drunk and sleeping with her husband, best friend. I talk about all of my family members. So that don't get to me. What gets to me is, how can I get out of debt? Because I'm tired of poverty. And all the insults, no, I don't care. I said, how can I monetize off you calling me a cross-eyed idiot? How can I monetize? So that's why I came up with the character, Marquita the cross-eyed diva. I need a ghetto character. I need a hood nigga. So I said, Ray Washington Wiley, a new character. So what I'm doing is, them insults is just activating my creative juices. So keep on insulting me because you're going to take me to the next level. And then when I'm up there, only thing you're going to be like, damn. That's all the thing you can say. He the shit, because
many of you have shot your load. Many of you have shot your load already, and we still here. So all I can do is root for you. Go, girl, go, go, girl. Talk about me some more, girl. Go, girl. I'm rooting for you.
Absolutely. So the last subject, Harriet Tubman, was allegedly by a studio executive. They wanted a white woman. What was the actress name? Was it Julia Roberts?
Julia damn Roberts. What up, horse teeth ass? Really?
Why we got to drag Julia?
She gonna get it too, because she should have been told us. So she gonna get it by omission. Dragation by omission. What in the hell?
Paul Mooney said something about it like 7 years ago, but everybody wrote it off as a joke because they thought he was kidding.
Oh wow. Okay. See, I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. And a studio executive, he mentioned, said, why don't you, he said, it's been so long ago, they won't remember. I don't know why. This is the main reason why I'm so glad that Tyler Perry owned his own studio. This is why it's so important for African-American people to have a seat, to create their own table, so they don't have to keep dealing with this crazy white supremacist rhetoric. With all this blackface, this is why it's so important for ownership. And I really didn't even like the Harriet. I did at one point, but then I watched it again. They had a fictional character with a black man that was abusive, that didn't exist. They had so many just characters that didn't even exist in the true story of Harriet Tubman. But that's because you allow white writers that are giving their perspective of slavery. You understand what I'm saying? And it is time that black writers, black producers, black directors tell our story concerning the slave trade and also the rebellion, those slaves that rebel against their owners. So we need to see those. And not only that, we also need to take it a step further. Let's talk about the kings and queens in Africa, because we was not always slaves. So let's get to the beginning of when it was really good to be in Africa, because we are the creators of this world. It starts with the black man and the black woman.
I agree with you, but can we also talk about the Arab slave trade that happened before the white slave trade, which is why all those Africans got Arab names? Can we talk about that too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can we talk about how Christian Bale played a whole Egyptian in that movie with the Can we talk about all the other people who they did replace with white people? You know what I mean?
Cleopatra, the whole
nothing new.
It's too much.
Absolutely. Also, I want to get this last caller. Anonymous, you live on the air. You on with two men and a lady. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I just wanted to give you guys a compliment. You guys look very good on the camera. And the vibe is well. I don't care what anyone says in this sector. You guys have the best panel. Your conversation is broad. And Wiley, I think they underestimated you because people have a tendency to judge books by their cover, which is one of the number one mistakes of a human. I think that you have a very good perspective on what is going on in the world. And what I found out that even though we can all be a little messy,
yes,
you even have a good perspective when it comes to the mess.
Thank you.
Also about the gay community, I think that people feel like they're being force-fed the LGBT community plight because the people who don't agree with it, they just want to be left alone with feeling like, okay, if you're lesbian or trans, bi, whatever, fine, do you. You know, I don't want anything bad to happen to you, but I want to have the right to feel the way that I feel. But when you voice your opinion about maybe not being in agreement with the bedroom behavior, because as far as I'm concerned, that is the main thing that separates, of course, heterosexual and gay, lesbian, whatever. You are being called, they call you a name of being, you are homophobic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's where people start to feel like it's forced, because it's like you're not allowed to be okay with not agreeing, because I'm a heterosexual and there's some heterosexual people, some of the stuff they do in their bedroom, and I'm heterosexual. I don't agree with other heterosexual people, what they do in their bedroom. So what does that make me? Right? So that point there. And then as far as Harriet Tubman, that movie, you hit the nail on the head, Wiley. It is very important for Black people to make sure that they control the narrative.
It's not going to make a difference. And I'll tell you, wait a minute. It's not going to make a difference. And I'll tell you why. And unless more people support it, because who did we have a couple of years ago who made a movie and told it from their perspective? What was the dude's name? He made Birth of a Nation and got blacklisted out at Hollywood.
Nate Parker.
He got blacklisted after that. Nobody supported that movie.
Well, that because of Black women. Because of Black women, because he was accused and he wasn't charged, he was exonerated. They said he was a rapist, and Black feminists.
He did not rape that girl. Him and his homeboy took down the chick in college. They did not rape that girl.
Absolutely.
I don't believe it had. Now that was a little something they pulled out of the arsenal during the time that the movie was coming out, but I believe there was a much deeper rooted issue with that movie even being made.
Absolutely. Okay? Because what it talked about, Nate Turner, it talked about a slave that said, listen, we're going to revoke an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
And they didn't like that. Whenever there's not a white savior in the movie,
they don't like it.
They don't like it. And that's why Black people, we got to support. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, I agree. I think they did not like that. They didn't like the fact that it didn't show Black men in a very submissive role. Instead, it showed the Black man being super masculine and making sure that he fight back. to them, it makes them feel like they feel as though that type of that movie would empower Black people to perhaps maybe stand up to what is going on in America and has always gone on in America. They like to keep us very docile, whitewashed. And when you have a movie like that, when people are walking out of the movie theater feeling empowered, that is a very scary situation for white America as a whole. And Nate Parker, another thing that really confused Black people, because I noticed like these movements that are happening with Black people, there is a huge awakening that's happening. We are very much so awake, more so than I've seen in many years. But what I see is that Nate Parker is a Black man who felt it in his heart to tell that story. But see, the thing is that he was sleeping white. And that right there, for a lot of Black people in these movements nowadays, if you're fighting Black and sleeping white, it is confusing and it makes not want to.
Okay, well,
white.
Well, thank you for that opinion. That's going to be a subject.
Can you be pro-Black but have a white partner? I think that's the question.
That's a topic we need to discuss.
That might be for next week.
Yeah,
that has to be for next week.
Black is confusing, and how do you trust that person? Because if you're fighting Black and you're sleeping white, to me, it looks like you're committing treason.
All right. Thank you very much. That's the topic.
You are Russian spy.
Thank you.
And you guys are dope. I don't care to let nobody tell you guys. You guys got the best panel, straight up.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Woo, Lord, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of the show. We want to thank Regina Hair Salon for sponsoring the episode. So make sure y'all go and check out Regina Hair Show. All right, what's up, everybody? This is a new show. I know y'all is excited. I am excited. I am here live and in Dallas, Texas. I am one of your panelists. This is the season premiere of Two Men and a Lady. And I want to first introduce this brother to you all. None other than our special guest. I mean, streaming it up on YouTube, doing amazing things out here in media. None other than Storm Monroe.
What's going on, Wiley?
I'm doing good. I'm blessed. You see, I got my hat blessed.
Yeah, you got your blessed hat on. What's up to everybody who is watching? I'm excited for tonight, man.
Yeah, it looked like you just came around the bank. It looked like you ready to rob a bank. It looked like you ready to rob a bank.
Look, don't tell nobody. These bills got to get paid somehow.
So I want to say this. I want to first, and we do have a special guest that's going to be joining us, and we're waiting on our lady to join us. But let's just get into the first subject. I want to get into Kanye West. He's going to perform it at Joel Osteen Church. This is your Bible. I say it as you are. I do as I can do. We'll never be the same. Okay, he's going to perform it at that church. That same Joel Osteen that said no to the flood victims because we got flooded and it was dry in the church. That same Joel Osteen, Kanye West will be performing at his church. He got a lot of criticism for that. My opinion about it, that brother is an artist. The church is a business. And so Kanye West is a businessman. So they Tyler Perry at Joel Osteen, and he does Medea. So he could be able to perform.
Wait a minute. You said Tyler Perry does Medea at this church?
Oh, no. He don't do Medea at the church, but Tyler Perry actually went to the church. Because Tyler Perry is a preacher. He didn't get up there with Medea. Well, give him praise, give him hallelujah. He didn't get up there with the first. No, that'd have been too much. Baby, they would have been calling him all time of days if he would have did something like that.
Because I'm like, wait a minute, hold the front door now. I mean, it's bad enough they got Kanye West up in there. Do you really believe Kanye West is really turning over his life? Is he really serving the Lord?
Baby, Kanye West was washed up as a regular rapper in the secular world. He see a corn with Jesus Christ. He know black folks. One thing that we know how to eat some fried chicken, and we know about Jesus. I think it's just a universal thing. And so he's doing that for money. And I remember when Tasha K did the report that Kanye West and Kim Kardashian are transitioning to this church first lady because they know they are getting outdated in celebrity and that other celebrity. So they want to get to the church where you can get coins on top of coins.
I mean, that's true. And that's true because we ain't really looking at Kim no more like that. I just feel like this, man, who's going to be his first lady? Because I don't want a first lady and I didn't send your cookie box and your dookie shoe.
No, I don't want no first lady. Somebody to hit that, do it on and smash that. And when you on Pornhub, you having a bad day, you scroll up down there, you see your first lady busted it wide open. And it's not even only that. You seen her breasts, you seen so much of her out there. Yeah. So
we have maybe what she can do is get in that Bible and learn how to service her husband better. Because from that video, she was servicing that.
We do have a special guest that's holding on the line. But before we bring our special guest, a comedian on, I mean, really good, we're going to bring our lady on the panel, none other, the wonderful, the beautiful, the intelligent one, none other than 7 stars. Welcome.
Hi.
Yes. So thank you so much, Seven. You came. Okay, you here. So we have a special guest on our special guest that we're going to be interviewing. She's on the line. So we're going to introduce her. I found her out because she did an interview and she was out there on different shows. And I saw this one particular video of Hope Flood, none other than the one and only Hope Flood is live on the Two Men and the Lady panel. How you doing, Miss Hope?
Thank you. Hi, how are you guys? Hello, everyone.
Hi, Hope.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah. So
how y'all doing?
We doing good.
Sorry I missed out last week. I'm sorry I missed out the last time, but I smoked a lot of weed. So
Hey, no problem too. I smoked some too. And
I got you.
I'm glad that you're on here because when I seen you on Comedy Hype, I did not know who you was. You said you must be young, and I'm like, yeah, I'm 29. But my audience, they are seasonal. You know, they are seasoned women and men, so they knew who you were. So I'm gonna be like a DJ Envy from the Breakfast Club. For those that don't know who you are, what do you do?
I am a 30-year veteran stand-up comedian. I am an entrepreneur. I'm a philanthropist. I am a publisher. I'm a radio personality. I'm an actress. I'm a mother. I'm a grandma. I'm every woman. It's all in me. How about that? Okay.
All right. I heard that.
So my first question will be Monique. Monique is in the news. She's doing. You know about
what's she talking about now?
She's suing Netflix for discrimination for not paying her right. I remember in that interview that you wanted to stand up towards BET because y'all wasn't getting paid right, and Monique did not want to stand with you in that fight. What's your thoughts on Monique lawsuit with Netflix? Do you stand with her in that fight? I want to know your thoughts on that.
Well, I don't know if I stand with her in the fight because I don't know exactly what they offered her. I think she said something like $500,000. I don't know what they exactly offered her. But what I think that I would have done is I would have taken the money to prove to them that I am worthy of a bigger check. Sometimes you gotta, when you are out a little bit of the game and stuff, and I'm not saying she's out, she's relevant, but sometimes when they feel that way, you have to prove them wrong. So take the money. Do the special, and then they're going to offer you another special. That's what Dave Chappelle did. That's what but they gave Dave $60 million, but he did six specials. 3 he had already taped on his own. So when they went to him, he says, well, I already have 3 in the can. So they were like, great. And then they did the other 3. So I think that her strategy should be a little bit more like, take it, because I know with Tiffany Haddish, when she did the series, She Ready or They Ready, those girls got paid a lot of money, and they had never been on anything. So the money is there for them to do it. I think that she should take the money and prove them wrong, right, or indifferent, or whatever their reason for not paying her.
All right. You want to ask us something? on the panel? Y'all got any questions?
Well, let me say this. I know someone who was directly working with Monique back on the Fat Girls movie. Okay. She does have a reputation for being very hard to work with. Okay. And this is something that has rang true through a lot of different people she's worked with on different sets, different movies. So they're not all lying about her. Cause like I said, I know someone who directly worked on that movie. Okay. And she would talk about how she would come in and she would just fire her whole staff one day. Okay. Or, you know, she would be in a scene still mic'd up talking crap about everybody on the crew. So this is real tea about Monique. I don't know that she's worth that kind of money if we're going to talk about it, because again, they broke it down to a science of like the ticket sales, like what can you generate for us? So I absolutely agree with Hope. I would have taken the money, but she's on this whole plight of, well, I'm trying to do it for everybody else, which is just garnering sympathy for herself so everyone can come and join her fight. And I'm not buying it.
I understand. I've heard those things too, but I know the Monique before the fame. So I don't know this level of Monique or how she acts. But like you said, I've heard that a lot. And like my mama said, when one or two people say something, whatever, but 3 or 4, somebody ain't lying, you know, whatever. So I understand that. And that's probably ring true or whatever. So I don't know. But also the other question is, what makes, when you're a woman, especially Black women, when we're assertive and we know what we want, sometimes it gets, when we express it, especially with me, and I can only use me as an example. Sometimes when we express what we want and how we feel about how we're being treated, when we become vocal about it, now we're a bitch. We're being a diva.
Yeah, the angry Black woman. Yeah.
When the guys say stuff, when the guys do is something, oh, he's just being a man, or he's being, you know, he's taking care of his business. So when we say it, it's different, especially for Black women. We stand up for ourselves because a lot of times we're passionate about it. Like right now, we're talking back and forth. Somebody could think, oh, look at them too. They're going back and forth against each other, or look how she's talking, or whatever. We're just passionate as well, and we have been treated so long in this business for so long. When we do get the opportunity, we just like, we ain't taking that no more from people and stuff. So I think sometimes that gets lost a lot of times. You know, it's like when like with raising my son, he's 32 now, but I'm still raising him basically. But he'll say, you know, when he says stuff to me, I say, look, if I tell you that you ain't about nothing, I can say it nice, I can say it sarcastically, I can say it indifferently, I can say it sympathetically, but at the end result, it's still the same thing. So I think maybe the delivery is what's bad, because what's implied and what she feels like she's not getting might be what she's not getting and stuff. So, but again, I would just take the money and prove them wrong.
Well, it's been alleged that her husband's got her in the sunken place. What do you think that's true?
That what now?
It's been alleged that her husband has her in the sunken place.
In a sunken place?
Right.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Like some sort of mind control, you know what I mean? Like she's gonna do whatever he wants.
Well, she does call him daddy now. We know that.
Oh, she unloads a clip of daddies on him every interview, and you're like,
I don't know. I never met Whitney. I don't know him and everything. You know, there are some women that are like that. They get with a man and he, you know, controls them or whatever. She's been with him and knows him since has known him since she was a kid, you know, or whatever. So from what I understand, she's always loved him and wanted to be with him. And he was a writer on the Parkers and things. And, you know, she, you know, she wants to keep her marriage.
Yeah.
I got a question.
She wants to keep it.
All right.
Hey, Hope, I got a question. Do you think that this whole fight against Netflix and trying to get more money and trying to just this whole fight that's been going on, I think for what, 2 or 3 years now, is this really Monique fighting for this, or is this Sydney saying, nah, baby, you need to be getting more? Nah, baby, they should be paying you more. Like, who's really the driving force behind this?
Right.
I don't know. I'm not in their household. I don't talk to them like that. When Monique started the rebuttal or backlash or whatever you want to call it with Lee Daniels and Oprah Winfrey and Tyler Perry. You know, me and Linnell and I reached out to her and we were like, we ride with you. You have a right to your feelings. You have a right to say how you feel about them and what they've done to you. You have a right to that. People back down from people just because they're in power. And I get that. I think the strategy could be different. Let me just say that. The strategy could be different.
Absolutely. But Hope, you're in the business. I did see your interview with Comedy Hype, and you explained that a lot of comedians did not help you get to the next level. Those comedians that you helped push, when they made it, they did not bring you on along the way. What do you think? What was the reason? Do you have a valid reason or a reason from the heart of why those celebrities, of those comedians that now turn into household names, got put on that? Do you know why they did not bring you to the next level?
I don't know why. I think that a lot of times I don't present myself like I need any help, but it's like, it's obvious because you eating and you're on these things and you're doing stuff and you don't see me there and you don't see me having it. So it's obvious that I need something. You see that I'm still out here pushing, that I'm not stopping, that I'm still working, I'm still relevant, I'm still funny. But also, too, a part of that interview, a lot of that stuff, you know, of course, it was an hour and a half interview and they cut it down into 5 minutes over 4 days. So, of course, that's 20, 25, 30 minutes and stuff. So it's not the whole interview. The whole thing is that a lot of times, you know, the Bible says you have not because you ask not, or whatever. The closed mouth don't get fed, or whatever. But so it's some of it is me not asking and not reaching out and wanting to do it on my own, because I want to be able to, when I get there, say, I just want to thank God. I don't owe nobody nothing, which I don't, you know, owe any of them anything in particular. But also, too, I took myself out the business. Like I said before, I had to finish raising my son. I had gotten a job on the radio, making a lot of money in Dallas, Texas. So I needed to focus on the radio thing. So I'm one of those people that when I do something, I like to totally focus on that, especially when they have believed in me. And this was my first ever radio job, and they paid me a lot of money to be on the radio. I relocated to Dallas from LA, you know, all that stuff. So I needed to focus on that. So I thought, okay, this is going to be it, radio, because I was just tired of being on the road for the last 10 or 15 years and out here and dealing with promoters, and sometimes they pay you, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they want to come to your room and get some from you, and they ain't got your money. Sometimes they leave you at the airport, leave you at the club, leave you at the hotel room. And I just got tired of all of that. And I figured, oh, here go a good job. I can learn how to do radio. When I got into it, I was like, I was born to do radio. I just fit right in. And the show I was on, I was basically, it was another guy's show, BJ in the Morning. He was from Charlotte. He had been on the radio there for 13 years. And so he had been interviewing because I would come there every year to do the Comedy House, and I would have to go do the radio and didn't even know he was interviewing me. That's what I tell people all the time. Whenever you get on, you have to shine and be your best, because you never know who's watching you. And he offered me that job, and I felt that it was an opportunity for me to take care of my kid without struggling, for me to have a good light. I felt like that this was a reward for the fruit of my labor, of sacrificing my career and a lot of things that I could have been doing. I could have been doing a lot more, but I had to raise my kid, and I didn't want to leave him with people. I didn't want to drag him around the world. I didn't want to leave him with different people and stuff. So I did what I could do, and I had to come home. And that's my commitment as a mother.
And I want to ask you because, and I want to be a little messy in this because you already confirmed this, that you and Jamie Foxx.
I was just about to ask that. Like, speaking of hooking up.
Yeah, got it on. And I felt a type of way when I heard it, because I'm like, if she's good enough to get it on, why didn't Jamie Foxx, bring you on? Did he even try to get you an audition to be in Bray or any of these other projects that he was a part of?
No, but I'm. If you look at any of his projects, and I know his circle of friends, he didn't really bring any of them along per se, you know, whatever. But we are back reconnected. I had gotten disconnected from him for so long, and you know, you mind you, when Jamie and I dealt with each other, this was before he was famous. This was when Jamie didn't have any money. Jamie was broke. He was living in a one-room hotel.
Oh, wow.
He didn't even have a car. Or, you know, he was pillar to post, sleeping on people's couches and things. So when me and Jamie were connected, he wasn't famous then. If anything, I was helping him, you know, by putting him on the shows that I was doing to help put money in his pocket. And I don't think all the time it's, well, let me just go back and say this, because I did get some backlash about a lot of things and stuff, and I want to make some corrections on it by saying that, you know, does anybody really owe you anything? And that's the question we could put out there for the panel. If I help someone, am I doing it because I want you to put me on, or am I doing it from the heart? And sometimes when the blessings come, it doesn't necessarily come from the person that you blessed. The blessing may come from somebody totally different, you know, whatever. So you have to keep that in mind in anything that you do, that just because you bless somebody doesn't mean that they're going to actually come back and bless you, but you're going to get blessed somewhere along the line and stuff. And so I consider blessings in the form of my son being healthy and never been in jail. And those were the commitments I had to make, because his daddy was a 4-time convicted felon. He had been in jail 20 years in the penitentiary, gangbanger, Crip, original Crip, or whatever, in the streets of LA. And so I just wanted to make sure that my son didn't follow down that path, because that DNA runs thick, y'all, you know, whatever. So I just would make sure that I led him down the right way. So my reward, and I think my blessing, is my son's never been in jail. He's not on drugs, still to this day. He just had his kids in the last 4 or 5 years. I have my grandkids and stuff. So he's never been a gangbanger or things like that. So I think that that's where my blessings are. He still loves and respects me and hugs and kisses on me and thinks I'm the greatest thing ever, you know, whatever. So those are to me, those are my rewards and stuff. Am I still getting it? I'm still getting it. Jamie and I have recently reconnected, and we got some things in the works and stuff going on, but he's just so talented that he's got so many projects on the table and stuff. But I told him when I saw him on Easter, went for Easter dinner, I was like, I need a win. He said, I got you. And I believe that. Now, when is that going to happen? I don't know, but I believe what he's saying.
I really feel you on that. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, I was going to ask, do you have any upcoming projects that you can tell us about?
Yeah, I'm working on, since the interview that Wiley was talking about, the comedy hype, a lot of things have happened, because again, a lot of people didn't think I needed anything, because I've always been my own person. I've always made my own way some way or the other. Even like, I'll tell you a really brief story. When Comic View, DL is my mentor. He started me in comedy, and they overlooked Show Underwood and I for like the first 2 years that Comic View was on. That show was created for DL. It was his show originally. And so the talent bookers and the producers wouldn't let us on the show. They thought we were too blue, too vulgar. Too blue means too dirty, too vulgar, too much cursing, things like that. So they wouldn't let us do the show. So we were like, well, let's go down there, you know, and see. And then DL left the show, and then they turned it into a competition, and then they let Cedric host, Cedric the Entertainer. And we didn't know who Cedric was. We were like, who is this dude from St. Louis coming in with all these comedians in LA that's deserving, and they're allowing him to host? We're going to go down here, and we're going to heckle Cedric and all this stuff. We didn't know who Cedric was. And so that's what we did. And that's another point of, sometimes you just got to show up, because out of sight is out of mind sometimes. You know, whatever. And so we went down there, we sat in the audience, we clowning, we heckling, said, you know, just having a good time. And at that point, the changing of hands had happened. Those talent bookers and producers had gotten fired, and there were new people in the new gatekeepers in the position. And one of them happened to be my boy, who we grew up together in church, TJ McGee. May God rest his soul. He just died earlier this year. Anyway, and so he came to us and said, hey, they want you guys to do the show. And we were like, well, they didn't want us to do it before. It's like, oh, those people are gone. They want you guys to do the show. We're like, we would love to do the show. They're like, but, and then they told us the stipulations, and we like, just tell us what we need to do. These jokes that we write are not written with profanity as the punchline. We just like to cuss or whatever, but we're intelligent enough, and these jokes can stand. We could do them in the church if we want to. We could do them in front of kids or whatever. And so we did the show, and then we ended up doing Comic View for 10 years straight after that. And we even had 1-hour specials on Comic View. So, you know, so with saying that, you know, with this Comedy Hype interview, a lot of things have happened
Yes.
for me. Because like I said, 1 year out of the business is like 7 years. So imagine I took myself out for 7 years or whatever. I was doing gigs here and there, but I was married. I was trying to be normal. I was trying to be married. I had a jealous husband. So I was just trying to save my marriage. So I understand where Monique is coming from in a sense, if that's what's happening with her, but I don't know that story or whatever. I've heard that, but I don't know that story. But anyway, and stuff. And so I'm working on a lot of things right now. So I got a lot of people that's trying to help me just really get myself together, get my representation. I need an agent. You know, I need a talent agent. I need a agent. I need a lot of things that I hadn't had in this business for all of these years because I've been doing my own thing. So I'm working on, I have a cannabis business that I have. It's called highhopes.biz. And our slogan is that we are healers, not dealers, because I am trying to educate and our people on the benefits of cannabis and CBD as a healer and getting people off of opiates and prescription drugs that will never heal you. It is putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. So I'm trying to educate our people on that and stuff. So I go around the country after my show. I talk about the difference with cannabis and what they do and what CBD does and things like that, and send people to the website and they order products and things like that, CBD and all these things that heal. And so I'm working on that. I'm working on a tour called Don't Call It a Comeback with all the veteran famous comedians that are in my same position, you know, whatever. Now we all should go on tour and do some dates and so people can see we out here, we relevant, we still funny. We have an audience like this audience knows us, you know, whatever. So I'm working on those things and, you know, I'm working on some other projects that I just can't really mention because I'm waiting for them to come to fruition. So yeah, I'm back out. I'm doing my thing. I'm 53 now. I'm a little older now, but
you look good. I'm gonna tell you this right now, Whole Flood. You look good. I mean beautiful. You look good for your age, sister. Storm.
Thank you so much. That black.
Can I Storm? Go ahead, Storm, because I wanted to ask one question, but you're not really talking. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say, Hope, like, don't even put that age stuff on you. Like, that age has nothing to do with it. And with social media, like, you don't even have to worry about gatekeepers. Like, I know you said you were out the game for like 7 years, but now you are literally in control of your own career. So don't even put that obstacle on yourself. You can go ahead, 7.
Well, yeah, I wanted to ask her about that in terms of comedy, because I remember when Cat Williams, before that whole fiasco happened over at that Atlanta station with the lady, he was saying that, you know, there's a lot of comedians who have been in the game a long time, like Lunel, and I'm thinking like a Hope Flood, you know what I mean, who have been pounding the pavement for a long time. And, you know, he specifically said in industry or this part of entertainment where looks shouldn't matter, they do. Have you ever felt the pressure of having to look a certain type of way? Or, you know, there's also another stereotype that, you know, women in comedy can't be funny if they're not talking about sex of some sort. Have you ever felt any of those pressures, or does that, you know, kind of plague you now that you're getting back into the game?
Well, yeah. And shout out to Cat Williams, because he's one of the comedians who has in his fame, and he used his celebrity to reach back and put people on when he did his tours and stuff. That's how Lunel got on. That's how Leslie got on. That's how a lot of those comics he took on tour, Melanie Camacho and stuff, that's how they got on and got recognized as the Cat Williams. So he's one of the different ones that have actually reached out. Cat gives away money. When Cat has money, he gives away a lot of money to a lot of people. Yeah. So shout out to Cat, because he has helped a lot of people do a lot of things and stuff, because he gets it. Cat was homeless with his kids and, you know, and all kinds of stuff. So he gets it and he understands. So he puts people on, Red Brand and all those cats. So I want to give a major shout out to Cat Williams and everything. And he's amazing. I knew Cat before he blew up as well. Yeah, I think that a lot of times what they do with women, they're afraid of us a lot of times. And so Monique's, going back to Monique, her rant or her being upset about being overlooked is valid. And I've heard things about her. I've never been on set with her or done anything, so I don't know that. But I have heard things about her. She's even told me when we reached out to her that she was smelling herself and they were blowing smoke up her butt and telling her she was this and that and all those things, whatever. And it cost her, a lot. It cost her relationship with her oldest son, because she was arrogant and just, really on her way. And money and fame does that to you sometimes. And then God has a way. He's the funniest comedian because he has a way of humbling us all.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, very true.
Way of humbling us all, baby. Well, you think you're doing something. Okay. And so God is just laughing like, okay, yeah, let me snatch this rug up under y'all, okay? Let you know that I am the I am.
Right. So I want to ask you.
I am. So yes, I think so.
I want to ask you, Hope, this is the last.
We have a lot more.
This is the last question.
Go ahead, babe.
I'm sorry. This is the last question I do want to ask you because I want to make it clear. What do you want to accomplish in Hollywood when you get there? What is your dream job in Hollywood? What do Hope Flood? What is that dream for you in Hollywood? What did that look like?
I would like to have a nighttime talk show.
Okay.
That's what I really would like to do. I don't know if, being on a sitcom and all that stuff as I've gotten older or whatever, I don't know if that me going in and running lines and doing a sitcom every day is something I really would want to do. I missed a lot of my son's life too as well. Being on the road, I did miss some of his life because I did have to go get the money and work on the road, but I couldn't go as much as I wanted to, but I did go a lot. And he was going to the prom and I sat on the couch and I started crying. He said, "Mommy, why are you crying?" I said, "Cause hell, I thought you were in the 9th grade. I done lost 3 years of your life, okay? Or whatever, trying to do this." And so that's what I would like to really do. I would love to have a nighttime talk show, a cross between a Saturday Night Live meets Chelsea Lately meets Arsenio meets Monique or something like that. And that's my dream job in the business.
I would love to see it. All right, thank you so much, Hope, for coming on. I want you all to go follow her on Twitter, Instagram. Show her love for those of us and that's millennials. Google her. Go to her shows. When are you going to come to Dallas? So are you going to come back to Dallas? Because I would like to see you because everybody say I should start doing stand-up. So I would love to come.
You need to come to my comedy convention.
Okay.
I do a comedy convention every single year for comedians. I didn't do it this year. I sat out because I was trying to work on my thing, but the comics was like begging me and threatening me to come back.
Okay.
So next year I'm doing the 8th annual Comics Rock Convention for aspiring comedians, new comedians, veteran comedians, intermediate comedians. I took what I've learned in 30 years of being in this game and I put it into workshops and seminars taught by other veteran comedians to help comedians win at this game, to not spin their wheels for the next 20 or 30 years just focusing on stand-up comedy. They have other gifts inside of them and other talents that they need to stir up. That they need. I didn't know I could do radio until I was doing radio. So I have somebody coming to teach radio.
Go.
I have somebody coming. Yeah, I have somebody coming to teach voiceovers. I have somebody to come to teach acting. All of these people are comedians. Shane and Rodney Parry teaching improv. Sean Michael Howard, who is a voiceover specialist. He plays the guy on PJs and on the Boondocks. He's an amazing voiceover guy. A guy about commercials, casting, pitching your ideas, sitcom writing by one of the best guys who's written on all the shows, including the Parkers, Lamont Farrell, Shane Forbes teaching social media, somebody teaching on how to monetize and make 6 figures on Facebook. So I've taken all of that and what I've learned and did learn and put it into workshops and seminars for comedians to win. And it's in LA and they get to showcase at LA's mainstream comedy clubs. They can't walk on a stage in LA. You either have to be recommended by someone, referred, something, but you just can't come to LA and go walk into the Improv or the Comedy Store and get on stage. We don't do it that way here, whatever. So you get to get a showcase as well. So comics can go and register right now. It's $299 for over 25 workshops. I do a tribute every year. I'm doing a tribute to the Wayans family, J. Anthony Brown, Enns Mitchell, who are the oldest comedy clubs here, Robert Townsend. I do a tribute every year that kicks off. I'm starting off with the Monday with it's 420 with my cannabis business and launching that, the 420 Cannabis and CBD Lounge. And then we do Professional Development Day, where we help comedians get their headshots, their business cards, their websites, their social media, their EPK, their bios, their resumes. So everything that you need to be a successful comedian is at the Comics Rock Convention. And that's also the website, www.comicsrockconvention.com. I did it 2 years for females in comedy. So this thing that Tiffany is doing, the thing that Monique is doing is taking women around the country. I've been doing this 20, 30 years ago. Right. So this is not new or anything. That I've always been an advocate for female comedians, because we haven't had a black female comedian to have a sitcom in their name on a major network since 1997, and that was Thea Vidal. So there's something wrong with that, whatever. I created a group on Facebook to help comedians. It's called FICA, Females in Comedy Association. It's over 2,000 women in the group. They're all comedians, and they're all in there, and we're trying to figure out what's the problem. So I did it for 2 years. I did it for 2 years for women, and then I opened it up and rebranded the name and called it the Comics Rock Convention, and I opened it up to male comedians as well. It's an amazing convention. It's April 20th to the 24th, and 2020 is the year of vision. 2020 is the year of vision and the year of you getting yourself together as a comedian in business. I have acting classes. I have writing classes. Everything you need to be a successful comedian. I've thought of every single thing. Yes. So comedians don't miss this opportunity to learn it. People I can't come to LA.
And they definitely gonna come because I'm gonna show up and support. But I thank you so much
You're welcome.
For coming on. And I would definitely keep in contact with you. And if you need anything from me,
please.
I'm always here. And I would definitely give your information, other massive platforms that your voice needs to be heard. Because I'm going to do everything in my power to help you make it and make it in Hollywood. God bless you, sister.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Everybody have a great evening. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So the one and only Hope Love, we want to give her.
Now, how did you swing that, nigga?
Well, this is how I swing it. I know how to talk to the ladies. Okay.
Wiley is that dude. Wiley is that dude. He will get anybody.
15 minutes to put my eyeshadow and lashes on. He was like, "We are going now." I'm like, yo.
So as y'all can see, he said Wiley is that dude. Did y'all hear that? Wiley is that dude. I executive produced the show, came up with the name. We would have been syndicated by now. We would have been on the road. But soon when he got with an F, ends with a T, and he's been cooning, he changed. 7 stars is in the beef sector, so I can always make up a 7-star. That's classic beef sector. She didn't do nothing malicious. But Storm, that dude literally posted that I molested my grandmother. That was foul. That was unethical. That was evil. And you're going to pay for it. I'm going to pray that you keep on eating so you can go. You doing all this stuff. For what reason? You didn't give a reason. I never said you touched a child. I never said you humped your mother. I never said you humped your grandmother. Why would I say something like that? Do you know how sick you have to be to create that type of lie, Storm? And you was on my show, on my channel, and you were paid for your services. But yet, you would remind you, this is why people, you got to be careful talking to devils. When you're talking to devils, you're going to be a devil. You are who you talk to, who you are around. Your associates and friends are a reflection of your spirit. If you messy, you're gonna attract messy people. If you evil, you're gonna attract evil people. If you weak, you're gonna attract weak people. If you're a strong-minded, educated black man that is woke and a Trump supporter, you're gonna attract good old right folks. RIGHT. You're gonna go get slimmer. Your child gonna grow slowly. You're gonna have people giving $70 here, $80 here, and we thank those people because we take that money and I'll be like, okay, I got enough to buy groceries. Because I know it's hard. I was trying to get a job at Panda Express because I was just had to get just a food service job. Because healthcare, I can't do that no more. Because all that abuse, unless you just want to just be a witness of abuse and cover it up, then you go right ahead. But if you're a person like me that's woke, you ain't gonna want to do that. So I took my chance. I'm taking my chances. I work at the front desk at Panda Express. Send an application in. Hey, how you doing? Shrimp fried rice, orange chicken. Blah. I work in the service community because working in healthcare, I can't do that anymore. Because healthcare is a type of job where your heart got to be in it, and then you got to see a lot of stuff where you can't help people. You're gonna feel powerless. That's why a lot of CNAs are leaving the industry. Give me a second here. Let's play. We got about 20 more minutes in this video.
I'm looking up Instagram.
I know how to connect with people. I'm a producer. I think I love to be a producer. If I had a choice, I'd rather work behind the scenes than in front of the camera. I love putting people together, like stories together. I just love talented people, and YouTube fell in my heart. I just I need the coins, and Seven, I got to give you your coins. I piece. They're not gonna come for free.
Right.
I like that.
Well,
That was very positive. Okay. That wasn't salacious or anything, And I actually learned a lot more.
Oh yeah, and 7 stars was paid too. 7 stars was paid, and Storm was paid. It was paid $50 an hour. So we had a sponsor that gave $400, and we did this show once a week. Once a week. I think it was on Thursdays. 7 got her $50, so did Storm. Just to talk, because that's all we could afford. And Regina Hair Salon was our sponsor. She sponsored the show.
More from her, because the only thing that I got from her thus far was that she slept with Jamie Foxx and that it was news to everybody. And now we know she has her own cannabis business. She has more projects coming. She raised her son for 32 years. We learned so much about her in this interview.
Like, we know about her now. But the only thing is, my fear for her, though, is every interview she does, they're just going to want to focus on Jamie Foxx or Monique. So
absolutely,
she has to learn how to kind of like finesse that, because
she's going to have to get on social media, get a YouTube channel, and I can manage her, and she'll be Jamie who? It's
okay.
That
you funny, Wiley.
Do on social media, because it is a new market. Don't get me wrong. You can stand up on comedy all day, but you have to reach the other market, meaning that YouTube audience, Instagram, you got to be known over there, because it's a lot of comedians.
Comedy is tough right now.
Media could get more love than a veteran like a whole flood. Why?
You don't have to go the just hilarious route. But that's what I was asking her. I said they want a hoe. Look for it. Now she is older. She's not a bad looking woman, in my opinion. However, that climate we're in, it's such a superficial one. So
yeah, don't even let that hold you back. Like, just keep pushing your shit. I'm sorry, Wild. Keep pushing your stuff. And as long as the talent is there, you will come through. Like, don't even acknowledge that.
And she got to receive the help.
I'm interested in the cannabis business.
Absolutely. And she's going to have to tell people, hey, I do need your help. She needs to get on the phone. Because if I was her, if I gave Jamie Foxx my cookies, guess the first person I'm going to call? Jamie Foxx.
Hey, big head.
Okay.
Hey, big head. Well,
to eat me out, whatever, and ride me all night. I'm just the type of person I'm going to make it do what it do, baby. This is So
before we forget, Wiley, go ahead and start your GoFundMe for your workshop money. So and what? You're going to need to be here.
Somebody already said they got him. He missed a comment, but somebody said, I got you on the money, Wiley.
Oh, yeah. They
on me. And make sure he doesn't, and he needs airfare because I'm not paying for him to get to LA. He gonna have
Purr told us they gonna make sure I'm in LA and we can take 7.
Oh, we should have a live LA show. That would be bomb.
That would be dope.
Oh, I love LA. Let me know when.
And Stormer, where
I
we
love
all go. And we will not sit in the back row. Okay, we'll sit in the front row.
Okay.
All right. So,
you might see a foot. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh my God. So I want to get into this subject. This is about safety. And since we have a lady on the panel, I definitely want to give her thoughts. I want you all to see this video and we're going to do commentary on it. Let me bring it up on the screen.
Noticed that they were taking all these different turns. No major streets was not following the GPS that they were supposed to be following. So I asked the guy, I said, why are you making all these turns? You know, this is not the way to my job. And he wouldn't answer me. He kept on just driving. So I'm noticing that I'm going down these different sidewalks, these neighborhoods. I'm so nervous. Like I can't even really talk. So I'm asking the guy, like, why are you turning here? This is not the way to my job. So he kept telling me to be quiet, like, hold on, I know what I'm doing. So he pulls up behind this other car, like a big truck. I don't even know what it was. So I'm like, just nervous because I'm on the phone the whole time and I wasn't paying attention the whole while that he was making all these turns. So I asked him, why don't you go around this truck? Why you just sitting behind the truck like this? I had to got in the car with the lieutenant, noticed that they were taking all these different turns. Like this, I had to get to work, and then he wouldn't answer me. So a black guy got out of the truck. He had braids in his head and everything, and he started opening the gates to this warehouse or whatever it was, and was telling the car that I was in, the Lyft driver, to back into the warehouse or whatever. So I'm like, what are you doing? You know, like, this not the way that you're supposed to be going. So I'm telling y'all to be safe. I had to get out the car and run. I was in a Lyft. I have all his information and everything. I was riding in a Lyft car trying to get to work because my car was acting funny. I called the police and everything. I'm still waiting on the police. I'm safe. I'm waiting at a gas station. I'm just saying, be safe so y'all can share this video. I'm in Houston, Texas. I was on Richmond and Dunvale, and it's real out here. You have to be safe. So anybody who's riding in a Lyft or like this, I have to get to work.
All right, and y'all get that. All right,
I think Kevin needs to go first since she's the lady.
First of all, if this is true, okay, she is lucky AF. And the reason for that is because I'm thinking, okay, there's child safety locks involved. Like she can't get out the car. She had to kick you. She had to donkey kick the window out or something. No, she was able to get out and run. And that just shows, first of all, can we talk about how there's a ton of Black girls and Black women coming up dead and missing? A lot, alarmingly a lot right now. You know, it's been this conspiracy that it's organ harvesting, sex trafficking. The whole thing is scary. And, you know, women really do need to start watching out for themselves, start traveling in groups. Okay. We just heard a story similar where, you know, well, a lady actually got in the wrong car. Okay. And she ended up dead. So you got to be very careful when you're taking any Lyfts or Uber. Understand, a lot of that isn't mandated. They do like a soft little criminal check on these people. They inspect the car and then boom, you're a Lyft driver. And these people were putting their kids in these people's cars and sending them to school. So definitely be on your P's and Q's and watch everything. You want to, you know, before you get in the car, you know, take a little screenshot of the driver's license. I do that whenever I'm parked and somebody's parked funny and I'm like, okay, they might scratch up my car. Let me just get, you know, but I'm just saying, definitely watch out for yourself. I just knew that this guy was more seasoned and he had the child safety locks on and stuff, but by the grace of God, she was able to get out and run to safety and she's with the cops, okay?
And I wanted to hop in on this too, Wiley, because I used to be a CPS worker. I worked with heroin addicts, people that had DUIs, DWIs, alcoholics, abusers, child molesters, all that. And when I would ask, well, what you do for a living? Oh, I drive for Uber. Oh, I drive for Lyft. So all that background check stuff, that's a bunch of BS. Don't believe that. Always stay on your guard. The word tell you to be on your guard. Don't trust nobody, period. Make sure somebody always know where you going. Text your mama, I'm getting in the Uber. Text your baby daddy. Text somebody. Somebody should know where you at. And lastly, if you in one of them states where you can't carry, do what I do. Keep you a box cutter. Somebody get out of line, jab their ass right in the neck.
I have a taser and I keep it in my bra.
I go box cutter. It cuts deep.
Another thing, especially if you're women, everybody, when you get in a car, get off your phone, watch your surroundings. You are with a stranger. And I think a lot of people, they get in their car, men and women, they be on their phone, just literally just in their own
world.
And that
sometimes they're inebriated, they're drunk, they don't even know what's going on.
Absolutely. I'm the type of passenger, I'm telling you the route to take. I say, hey, do this, sir. I'm literally talking with you. I'm watching your hand moves. I'm watching your surroundings. I'm watching just in case you try something. If I had to put you in a chokehold, my mind is just differently. And that's why I talk to a lot of people and I feel energy. But if you get into a ride, don't be on your phone because you are with a stranger. Anything can happen to you.
Be alert. Don't get in there drunk. They think it's safe to take an Uber home, but you really need to be with somebody. There was another case where there was this black lady who was drunk and the guy drove her to a hotel, dragged her in the hotel, did what he did with her and left her up in there. He was a whole Uber driver.
Absolutely. So it's a lot of temptations with people because when I used to take Lyft before I was banned because I was Manic, I was driving 90 miles and missing lights and they banned me. Because everybody was giving me 1 star. So he's one of the most dangerous drivers. So I was banned for Lyft. But anywho, in late night,
You've been banned from libraries and Lyft. What else have you been banned from?
Okay. so it was a white woman. They were just sloppy drunk. Oh my gosh, Catherine, do you know where we stand? I don't know. I think we stay over there, and I was just driving. Mind you, I'm a black man with these 2 white women just driving in a new land because I'm in Texas. I don't know Grapeville, Texas. I don't know these other. Only thing I know is my little area. And it was and finally they found their location. But what if I was this evil person? I could have took advantage of 2 women. First thing I would have grabbed credit card. I get the credit. I get the purse. And so, but. I'm like, women, be careful. Men, be careful. One of my roommate, his friend is a Lyft driver. She almost got sexual assault in the car. The guy grabbed. He wanted to do something. He was drunk, and she got out and she flagged down. She called 911. You even have, and I tell my mother because she's driving it, and I tell my sister, whoever. Do not drive Lyft during the club hours when you're a woman by yourself. That's the wrong time to drive. Drive early in the morning. Drive during the day. So about 6, 7 o'clock, take your butt at home and go home. Don't try to get that hour when the club's lit out because you a woman, especially if you little like 7 stars. You got all these 3 big men up in the car, sloppy drunk, and they see this woman. I mean, your mind gonna start doing already. You're gonna be firm. Oh, look at you, Sam. You look kind of good. Are you married? Leave her alone, Sam. Leave her alone, Sam. I ain't messing with and you got some.
I am 175 pounds. I will donkey kick the out of somebody. Right.
But that's the thing, 7. Yeah, you a donkey kick them, but if you the driver,
yes,
you never get advantage. And then
I'm totally making light of it, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, it is dangerous. But see, ironically, the club time is when people make the most money, and that's when women are trying to capitalize off of, get the most bang for their buck. So it's conflicting, but for safety.
Good morning, y'all, and I still stand by that. Women should not be driving during the club hours. I stand by that. I stand by that to this day.
Reasons, I would have to agree with you. I wouldn't do it at night if I was a woman.
No, don't do it at all. I've done Uber. I didn't pretty much had every damn job, but I've done Uber and Lyft too. And when you women get drunk, y'all done twerked in my seat. You done pulled your panties down in my seat.
Yes. Pulled a Cardi B.
Rubbed down on me. Like, people get aggressive when they drunk. And just imagine a man at the club, especially the ugly niggas. He ain't got none. Now he out the club. He horny. He drunk. And ain't nothing but him, you, an opportunity. Come on now.
Absolutely. So that's why you have to be safe. I want to give a special shout out to Tasha K. She's in the chat.
Tasha K.
I want to say this. I want to thank you.
Side note: has anyone seen Lioness of Judah? Because oh, okay.
Oh my God, I did see her. I saw.
Okay.
It looked like she came from the 70s. It looked like the time of things.
You're wrong for that, Wiley. You're wrong for
the soul train. I'm like,
my life, I has to fight.
I mean,
y'all are wrong for that. I'm gonna say this. Sometimes you see people's face and you be like, I see why you wore a mask, and I'm gonna leave that at that.
I see why you was hitting in the videos. You just did audio. Yes, stay in the radio.
Just like this,
baby.
Whoa.
Like, for real, push that shit back on. Like, whoa. No.
Please go back and hide it, man.
Please. I had a girl say, you want me to take my bra off? No, leave it on. Leave it on. Leave it on.
Leave it on.
Oh, Judah, we hope you okay, girl. We heard you was MIA. I'm about to put what they call it,
ABB.
Yeah, out on her because we ain't seen her.
Oh my God, I don't know where she's at. Wow, that was quite that say you. I didn't want to touch it because they said she's going through things. And you know, people always get so sensitive. Don't do it. She's going, but she did talking about this mess.
We are going through it.
Tasha K was a hoe pregnant,
Right.
And I remember she was the host that when Lovely T called in, Tasha K. You said I take pills. Call in right now. I'm here right now. I was like, is this Lovely T? Like, what's going on up in here?
We're going to internet.
And just when you said pills, call me right now. I was just selling some tea. I'm like, oh my
God. Lord, y'all better leave the eco styler queen alone. Leave her alone. Leave her alone.
I would never forget that episode because I was shocked because she said she's unbothered and she went on her child. I will never forget it. Forget it.
That's too much.
So I do want to ask you, I have posed the question 2020. I want to ask which candidate are you supporting in 2020, or do you have a candidate that you are rocking with for the 2020 election? 7?
No.
Okay. Storm?
Okay, well, with me, here's my thing. I'm gonna just look at the camera and say this. So all you Caucasoids there on the panel that's running, if you ain't talking about reparations, you ain't really talking about nothing. I really want to hear about the closest thing to it. Maybe is Andrew Yang, because he, was talking about the $1,200 a month, which we all need here. We got student loans, we got bills to pay, rent steady going up, and wages are not. So if you ain't talking about making my life better, I don't support you. And you definitely owe me reparations. I did not save. You did not pay my people, and my people live in me. So I want my check for my people.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And I would rather get $1,200 a month than settle any student debt. Okay, so Bernie Sanders can have several seats with that. Give me $1,200 a month.
Give me my money.
It don't matter how much I make. I need that. Cut me my check.
I need that.
You got that.
Thank you. $1,200. You straight. $1,200 a month. Coming in. You straight.
That would help the homeless problem right now. Like, you know what I mean?
Thank you.
I'm with that because Andrew Yang is talking about financially $1,200 a month. But I also would like him to take it a step further. What are you going to tell the banks to make sure we get capital? If me and Storm and 7 want to go into business and we want to compete, how are you going to make sure that we get the capital that we need to be successful, because a lot of African Americans don't get enough capital to fund their business or don't get a piece of the pie. I just want to say this, shout out to everybody out there, but I heard this in an interview, I'll never forget it, is that $1 trillion pension fund government workers put in, not one black hedge fund control a piece of that, manage of the.
Of course not.
So what candidate are going to do that? And if I interview Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, I'm going to be very direct. I'm not going to say minorities, because when you say minorities, the new minority is gay white men. So when you hear minority, they're not really talking about
Wait a minute, that's real?
Yes.
That is real. And you can thank your boy Obama for that. Okay.
Absolutely. So that's the new minorities, gay white men. So I'm very direct. What are you going to do for black people?
Black people specifically, not minorities. Black people.
Absolutely. Like
black people, us.
Absolutely. Because Angela Wright asked Elizabeth Warren a question and she was dancing around it. Yes, I have a plan for that. Well, you don't know. Give me a direct answer.
Foundational black people, not all these Caribbeans and all these other people bringing up here to speak for us. Okay. And they're like second, third generation. No, I'm talking about people.
Baby, I haven't seen that video, that live, in so long, because I'm sitting here watching, because I watched the replay, because I sit as a fan and be like, how can I have done better? Bitch, it was a perfect, well-oiled show. What I said in 2020, what is your direct plan for black community? The Democrats still suffer for that. President Donald Trump said, no tax on tips. So for black people that are servers, that are waitresses, that's going to benefit them. Especially when you're working just for tips. Because I didn't even know there was no such thing that you have to pay taxes on tips. I thought if I send you a $20 tip, that's your $20, but you got to pay taxes on that. So I agree with President Donald Trump playing on tax on tips, because that's going to benefit black people the most, because there's more black people in service jobs than any other type of industry. There's more, it's a lot of black servers, a lot of black waitresses, a lot of black Uber drivers, a lot of black Lyft drivers that depend on tips. So they shouldn't have to pay taxes on that. So that's why I'm saying Trump is better for the plan, because he have a great agenda. I'm not getting into his rants where he's throwing shade, throwing people on the butt. That's his comedic timing. When it's time to get down to business, when he's talking about what he's going to do for America, I've listened to that. No tax on tips. Bringing down taxes for wealthy owners so they can create more jobs. It works, because if a wealthy owner getting tax cuts, he will hire more people. Helping black folks get into more capital to fund their business. He's doing that, allowing the government to open up the purse to black qualified owners, not just to black owners. Black qualified owners, they got the credit, they got the consistency of making payroll, they got their books in order, that the government will help give them grants. They'll be able to compete for grants. So, and loans, government loans. Trump is really fighting for that. So the reason why a lot of people is fucked up with Trump is because y'all are watching him with Fox News. I suggest anybody, if any of my moderators in here, to post my station head. On my station head show, we are campaigning for Trump. We don't do it on YouTube because people get frightened when they see a camera, but audio, so you can hear me talking to drivers, interviewing drivers. I've interviewed so many Republican drivers, Democratic drivers, independent drivers, libertarian drivers. I don't care what political party they were all in. They all told me the gas is too damn high. The food is too damn high. And Uber and Lyft is not giving us a fair share. Now, I do believe that Uber and Lyft should make most of the money, but I think they should increase the share of the driver 5% extra, boost it up to 5%. They should be getting 40% of the money. It should be a 60-40 split, meaning so if the ride was $100, that driver should get 40% of that, and then they take the rest of the 60%. That's what I believe. And that's what you negotiate. Then you negotiate at the table. Congress negotiate with Netflix and Uber. They negotiate with drivers, and y'all had this. It would be better under Trump. Yes, I will be running for Congress one day. Yes, I'll be running for a senator one day. But I'm not gonna wait until I run for office to talk like I got sense. I'm gonna do it now. That's how you campaign. When you want to run for office, you want to be out. I would love to be a Congress Wiley, but I'm going to show you how to campaign, talking to drivers, using my platform to interview drivers. And when I'm interviewing these drivers, they're telling me the real tea. This ain't sugarcoat. Then when I go and talk with the African Americans or with the niggers, I know how to talk that language. I talked to a gang member yesterday. He was talking about when he comes to Chicago, the gangs in Chicago told him, you can't put your gun on your side. You got to put it in your lap because you got to be able to grab it quickly. I said, you're not lying about that. Due to the culture, the gang culture is so prevalent, you got to have your weapon on your lap. I've known people have a weapon in their baby thing, their baby stroller, have number weapons down there. And that's why a lot of kids be dying because their parents be crying all that crying and then they be retaliated and the baby get killed. So I come from that experience. I know how to talk their language. So I talk to gang members because they still need to be talked to because there's a reason why people join gangs. They don't just join gangs because they want to be violent. Most young male join gangs because they want family, they want love, they want community. My brothers joined a gang because their father left the household. So they was looking for validation and love in all the wrong places. So I talk to gang members. I'm not affiliated with a gang. But I will talk to anybody and tell them to vote for President Trump. I told that brother to vote for Trump. He said, oh, okay, man, I gotta register. I said, are you in Clark County? If you live in Clark County, go to the Clark County Election Department. Make sure you register. And Republicans have to finance Wiley. They have to send Wiley a check so I can continue to campaign for the Republican Party. The Republican Party, I'm going to send them an email. It is time for them to finance the Wiley Show. The Republican Party need to send me a check because I'm on the buses. I'm on the trains. I'm in Ubers and Lyft. I'm talking to voters. The Republican National Party need to finance me so I can crisscross this entire country just talking to black folks. I don't want to talk. I can talk to I want to talk to ordinary Americans. Black, white, Latino, the working class. I can talk with the white folks. I can talk with the black folks. I can talk with the Latino folks. I can talk with anybody that got a W-2 job because I know the language. We ain't bringing enough home, and we paying too much. We got to choose between groceries and pharmaceutical pills. So I do that. I do it on my station here. Terry is a witness. Maria is a witness. Prodigy is a witness. I don't think Bless Walker is on my station head. Did you post my station head link? So we are on station head. That is an app. And you download that app, Station Head. Terry, post Station Head in the chat. Post the link to Station Head. I need to see that link quickly. Station Head is a radio app where I can interview people. I have been campaigning for Trump for years. Thank you.
People from this soil who ancestors have helped build this entire country. Okay, everybody else is getting reparations, and every time it's up to us, it's like, oh no, it's shush. And now we can talk about it, but we have foreigners speaking on our behalf. Absolutely not. Okay.
Absolutely. And let me say this, Wiley. I know this is unprofessional. I gotta go run and use the bathroom real quick. But let me say this. I'm one of them people that white people feel, I'm sorry, Wonder Bread, call them Wonder Bread. Wonder Bread feel comfortable with telling me a lot of things they won't say out loud. The reason why they don't want to give us reparations, and it came out their mouth. Well, you guys are better off here than you ever would have been in Africa, so you should be grateful. So that is what we are fighting against.
Right. And what they need to understand, Africa is doing it well. It's a lot of part
Africa just like here.
It do.
Yeah.
It do.
And your money really stretched. I work with a lot of African people, and I remember this African nurse showed me where she stayed and everything. She had made okay, because her money stretches 3-4 times longer over there than they do in America. So they extract their bread up in America, take that back to Africa. They have a beautiful standard. So again, if you think Africa is just poor, that means you're just sitting at home watching TV and watching the Feed the Children ministry. You need to get a passport and go and do like what I'm going to do, get a passport and go travel. But I also like to say this. I did say I was going to publicly endorse Kamala Harris. I'm going to renege on that. Because talking about anything of substance, she have literally lost me. When I saw that she did not show up to the black journalists, to show up to the Black Journalists Convention with Roland Martin and all the type of people, she did not show up. I looked at her differently because I'm like, if you really want the black vote.
Wow. Oh my God. She didn't even show up to that back in 2020. The National Association of Black Journalists, that's the one that Trump went to, and Kamala didn't go to it in 2020, and she didn't go into it in 2024. Wow. Y'all better invest in the Wiley Show. Wow, wow, wow. We talk about Kamala Harris. Type Kamala Harris in the chat. Terry, type Kamala Harris in the chat so they'll know what we talk about. She don't care nothing about. Type Kamala Harris in the chat. I need to see Kamala Harris' name in the chat. She do not care about black people. Kamala Harris do not care about black people. I said this before I reneged on my endorsement of her. Wow. Baby, if you don't give it to the Wiley Show, ain't nowhere in the world. Bless Watkins, come on, give to Bless. Ain't nowhere in the world. I didn't even know I said that. I said, what? Because this video, I haven't watched this video in so long. This is the first time I've seen this video in its entirety, the replay. Because I had this replay playing, but I never sat down and watched it. That's why it's important to go back and watch her content. Wow, wow, wow. Mr. Manic, call me. I'm ready to be a Fox News contributor. You can put me on Fox News. You can put me on Fox Soul. I'll take $1,000 an episode. And I promise I'll be on time, and I won't sleep with the producers.
The same thing with Cory Booker. You got to talk to black people. Do not think just because you're running for president that we are automatically going to vote for you because you're black.
You're black.
We did that for Obama.
Manchurian candidate. Okay, but go ahead. Go off.
Absolutely, you need to talk to black people and don't be afraid of them.
I don't even like that whole talk black thing because she tried that. Did you see her come out with the Converse on, the Chucks? And I said, who the hell are you? Yeah, prosecutor. And what are you doing with Chucks on?
I'm talking about policies that will directly affect black people and how it will help us. And that's where they're not really doing that. Cory Booker dropped the ball with that, and I believe Kamala Harris have dropped the ball with that. And I don't see any candidate that I will vote for other than Andrew Yang. The only reason
Andrew Yang.
Yes, because of that. He just needs to work.
If I had to, it would be Andrew Yang.
It would be Andrew Yang. He just gonna have to work with, like many other candidates that's not black or white people, period, or Asian people. They don't know how to answer the question when the police pull over a black man or woman. A question was posed to him. He said, just do the right thing and do this before they want it. Don't try to slide that. He really didn't understand to give a right answer. So again, we do need a candidate that's conscious enough to know the problem that African-American people are facing and also listening to African-American people with the solution and implement that solution. Because
that is career suicide. to talk like that about against the police. We all know. Why do you think none of them do it?
Right.
None of them do it.
Because African American people, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to let y'all get into this. We're not funding politics. We vote, but we're not giving.
We're not giving money.
On my roll, if you all were running for president and vice president, I give you $550 million in a super PAC. Guess who call you gonna answer when he show up in there and say, "Good morning, Mr. President."
The blacks are calling again. The blacks are calling. Yeah.
You know, we need to do something for the black people because Mr. Wiley is saying y'all ain't doing enough, and I helped you get up in there, so you answer. So that's what they work with: money and power. The White House share the same line with the Department of Treasury. That's the only agency. Money and power goes hands in hand in American politics. Let's get our closing remarks. We are at our time. Go ahead, Seven. You want to give?
Wait, that's it. I thought we had other topics. No, what happened to Kanye?
And I'm up here breaking this down years ago. This is why you have to fund the Wiley Show. Ain't nowhere in the world. This is why we blessed. This is why God he gave me just enough to give some chicken. But I'm on God, type of God, so I need to be wealthy. I've been stating facts for years. I didn't even know I said that about Kamala Harris. All right, Blessed Walkers. Love you, sister. Thank you for subscribing to Wiley Control. Thank you, sister. Thank you so much, Bless. Y'all give Bless a hand. That's an old Wiley Show supporter, old producer. She's one of the seasoned saints. Thank you so much, Bless. Make sure you hit the Cash App. Bless, hit that Cash App. Hit that Zelle. Hit that PayPal. You know what you got to do, Bless. You better donate. Come on back home. Come on back home. Post the information, Terry, in the chat. They say, are you tired of eating chicken drumsticks? No. I would love to eat chicken wings and put it in air fryer, but I can't afford it.
Kanye.
Well, we did Kanye. You were late.
Wait a minute. You told me okay.
We started right on time.
You know what? I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that because I got Kanye figured out. Okay. No one has him figured out but me. Okay. Kanye is only doing this Jesus stuff because he was acting crazy for like a whole couple of years. So now it's, he's tapping into the Black church because, that's the next step for his career. I need you Black people to forgive me. Matter of fact, I need you all to forgive me. Christianity. And now he's trying to get paid too. He's hooking up with Joel Osteen. Come on now.
This is my favorite. Kanye is going to get your coins.
He's going to get the coins.
Dave.
We talked about this on the other channel, and I said he's an influencer because he thinks he's a genius.
Okay.
But he's not a genius, okay? He hasn't created anything that has been revolutionary enough to change our lives and that we're still using like a Steve Jobs or a Walt Disney or all these people that he compares himself to. However, what he can do is take something and make it cool and make it trendy and sell, okay? Like he did with the clothing, like he does with the music, okay? So he is an influencer, but again, his wife is the bigger influencer because she actually has people surgically, modifying their face to look like her face. She's the bigger influencer. So now he's on this whole Jesus tip because, he needs Black people to forgive him. Now, I'm not against Kanye. I actually think he says a lot of relatively real stuff, but, he doesn't know how to quite get it out. You know what I mean? But then
I agree.
Yeah, when I see people like T.I. try to ridicule him, I'm like, well, I'm gonna need you to have several seats, okay? Because I see what Kanye's trying to do.
Yes.
He's just not articulating himself well. You know what I mean?
I feel you on that.
I agree. He can't. He's not able to articulate himself. That's the damn problem.
I agree with you. Go ahead, Storm. We're gonna give our closing remarks. I want to say thank you all. Thank you to Storm and Seven. I want to hear what Storm closing remarks, because everybody is just happy tonight, and I'm happy too.
I know this went really good tonight. I'm gonna say in closing, ladies, be careful. Always watch your surroundings. Kanye ain't nothing but a pimp. I don't want to see him as the first lady. That ain't gonna work for me. And then lastly, thank you to Hope for coming on. And yeah, shit, that's it. But be careful out here.
I have your permission, to give it. So Storm.
Yeah, for sure.
I just want to make sure, because I'll be on it. I love managing and producing. I love it. Whatever it is, I love connecting people with people. That's the type of person that I am. And I think this would be dope. Now, if you want to continue to see this panel, we need sponsors. Now, y'all came through tonight. If y'all want to see this on a weekly night, y'all got to come through with the coin. I'm talking about some that fold, not the silver, some that fold and go a long way. Y'all know what to do, people. If y'all
this is not the sweatshop. We get paid over here. And
okay.
Also,
support your creators. Support your content creators.
Yes.
Also, we're gonna work on getting more guests, since I have to one up Wiley now. Like, no. Hope? Really? No, we got to get some more people in here. So it's going to be a little competitive thing. Storm, you need to follow me on Instagram, because I followed you, but then I unfollowed you because I felt some type of way because I knew you didn't see me. I'm going to follow you again. Wiley, happy late birthday. Okay. Shout out to her for coming through. Yes, ladies, please be careful out here. Again, Black girls and Black women are coming up missing and dead in the most alarming numbers right now, and I feel like nobody's really talking about it.
Right, they're not. And what we see on YouTube in my clothes, you see a lot of men disrespecting women. Men need to stop being disrespectful and how to help women and use your platform, use your privilege. Because me and Storm, we have privilege as being a man. So again, we have to use our privilege to help our women. Those are our queens, those are our sisters, those are our mothers. We have to do that. I remember James Brown wrote a song, "This is a man's world," but it won't be nothing without a woman's touch or without a woman's love. So at the end of the day, we will not be here if it was not. So I just want to say thank you to y'all for tuning in and watching.
One more thing. Shout out to our mom. We saw your picture, honey. You look like a magician out there. Did you see it?
Yeah, come on, y'all.
Being messy.
Okay.
When I see him coming in, me at the Whitney Williams, so I'm at work.
I said, did you see the gums? I said, he is happy.
I was at work, doing my work, taking care
like a baker in that outfit, that Wendy Williams outfit. And then your crazy behind was like, I saw him all the way in the back row.
He was in the Negro section. He was in that section back in the day. Sitting in the back. He was all the way in the back. Baby, when that camera went on, all you just see is him. And all you just see is that white shirt.
Y'all are too much.
I mean, I'm like, what in the world's going on? That man is way up yonder.
That is funny.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it.
I just can't wait to get into some commentary. I'm just here for it. Listen, again, to the B&B squad, I'm going to talk about it because he want to be a celebrity. So I'm going to be a host and I'm going to talk to him like he a celebrity. He want to be one. Oh, baby, I'm going to make you one because I'm going to talk about it.
We're going to make you famous. Okay.
All right. So did y'all enjoy that? That was Two Man and a Lady. So we're trying to bring it back, but you got to get people that can be consistent for that. In closing, Storm Monroe linked up with Armand and he changed. And he went on a nasty campaign. And he's suffering financially. because of the lies he told. And when you tell these lies, nothing but evil gonna come to you. All right? Little black boy, you beautiful. It's only 10 a.m. here. Y'all be good. We're gonna come back live today. Make sure y'all go check out our website. We got articles up there. Shout out to our team that's helping us behind the scenes. Shout out to Proud of Me. Shout out to the writers that contribute and give their free time. I also want to say shout out to the moderators. Terry, thank you, sister, for coming through, for holding it down. And I think Latavia was holding down earlier today as well. And we want to thank Prada for holding it down as well. But we want to let you go, little black boy, you beautiful. Little black girl, you enough. When times get hard, always remember to put God first. Make sure you all share this video, because we'll be back with some more content. Share the video. All right, y'all. Be blessed. Peace.